Welcome along to the Environment Community Committee meeting of the Toowoomba Regional Council for the month of August. This meeting is open to the public and also be live streamed. So I'd like to thank those who are in the room with us today and also acknowledge everyone that is watching via Council's social media channels. I'd like to open the meeting list by acknowledging the values of the Toowoomba Regional Council of honesty, accountability, respect, teamwork, safety and well-being, and to take that into account during today's meetings. I'd like to open with the acknowledgement of the Aboriginal parties whose songlines traverse these lands we meet on today, the Western Waka Waka, Guyabal and Jarrawa peoples, and pay respects to their elders past, present and emerging, for they hold the knowledge, rich traditions and bold ambitions of Australia's first people. Looking at attendance, so including apologies, leave of absence and declarations of conflict of interest. Now, we do have an apology from Councillor Shine, so I need a motion to accept that, moved by Councillor McDonald, seconded by Councillor O'Hara-Sullivan. All those in favour? And also, I note Councillor McMahon is just behind time, but is expected to be with us. And then also just check how technology is going on. And I believe Councillor Summerfield is with us virtually, correct? You can hear us?
Yes, I can. Councillor Jones, thank you.
Okay, so that's the format that we'll have for today. So I'd like to welcome us everyone along to acknowledge the CEO, Brian Pidgeon. Welcome back, the General Manager for Environment and Community, and also thank you for your time as the acting CEO. So, councillors, we'll go straight to item number 3 on our agenda. So it is the Toowoomba Region Sports Precinct Local Government Infrastructure Designation Consultation Strategy and Environmental Assessment Report. So I might hand directly over to Michael Condren.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, councillors. Councillors, you will be aware from previous briefing sessions that we are currently working through a process of seeking local government infrastructure designation for stages 1 to 7 of the Toowoomba Regional Sports Precinct. To meet the local government infrastructure designation requirements in accordance with the Planning Act, our council officers have now prepared comprehensive environmental assessment reports and a consultation strategy report for the Toowoomba Regional Sports Precinct. And if you're in your reports, in attachments 2 and 3, the detail of that information is there in those reports. So we're now seeking council endorsement of the Toowoomba Regional Sports Precinct Environmental Assessment Report and the Consultation Strategy Report. And we're also seeking council approval to proceed to the lodgement of the local government infrastructure designation for stages 1 to 7 of the precinct. Quite a lot to take in. We've got a range of project team members from both the Toowoomba Regional Sports Precinct project team and from our strategic planning and economic development team here to answer and address any queries or clarify anything the council wish to clarify. Over to you, sir.
Thanks, Michael. So, councillors, is there any questions regarding this one for the staff? Councillor McDonald.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Through to Michael. Michael, just around the timelines for this, it's quite specific around when this, if it's approved to go down this process next week,
Yep.
then it goes to the Minister on page 103 on board books. It is. It goes through. I guess my question is more about are these timeframes a risk to the project, or are they? And what impact would a delay in keeping in mind that we're relying on others to get back to us in a timely fashion? Is there a risk to the program, or have you inbuilt some time frame allowance within the project?
Thank you, councillor. I think probably better to defer to Steph, if you would. Steph, just to ensure that I give you a comprehensive answer, because Steph is aware of the risks and timelines associated with the planning component.
Thank you, Michael. Good morning, councillors. So in terms of the timeframes, there aren't any set timeframes for a local government infrastructure designation. However, we have worked closely with the project management team, us in strategic planning, and we have front-loaded as much as we can to try and iron out any issues, which means that our assessment process for us and also for the state government will run as smoothly as possible. While there are no set timeframes, I intend on behalf of our assessment team to make contact with the infrastructure designation team at the state government and request a set or a close to set timeframe for them to respond to, which I think we have indicated in our report, which is about 20 business days, which is standard with their ministerial infrastructure designation process. I don't foresee any particular issues with that. We'll be in continual contact with them and with our project management team so that we can build in any additional timeframes as we need to.
Just to follow up, if I could, thank you. Thanks very much for that, Steph. So on that particular page 103, the next phase is to lodge the EAR, and then it goes to undertake consultation, public and state referral agencies. That's the element that you're talking about, that they're aware that this is coming. Is that right?
The state government?
Yes.
Yes, the state government is aware. We have been in contact with them regularly.
Righto. So when we talk about consultation with the public, is that part of that phase as well? Once this is approved, it goes out to public consultation?
Correct. So once it's
Okay.
endorsed by council, the consultation strategy, the next step in the Act is to go to public consultation, and we also run concurrently ministerial consultation through that process. Once we get all our submissions back or any comments back, we then collate those into a submission response and come back to council with our resolutions.
Okay. So this is, Mr Chair, if I could say, this is more about a procedural matter of how this is done. It's not about what's necessarily being built on the site.
No, correct. This is getting through you, Chair. This is getting an approval in principle to bypass any material change of use and building work. Material change of use and operational work approvals.
Okay.
So the building work approvals will still be required, but it's making it a lot quicker for us.
Consultation still required, building approval still required. This isn't about prosecuting what's on the site at this stage. This is about a procedure of which we'll take. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor McDonald. Are there any further questions? Councillor Von Hoff?
Thanks, Madam Chair. Sorry, we had a few Madam Chairs yesterday. All of them, actually, weren't they? There's one for the books. Mr Chair, 2 questions. The first is about the duration of the community consultation, if this comes back and everything goes according to how we are anticipating it will go. And then the second question is, reading the report, I was interested to note that water, although water constitutionally is the state government's remit, the water aspects of the development or of the project are actually sitting in council's wheelhouse. Is that correct? So community consultation and water.
Yes, thank you for the question, Councillor, and through you, Chair. In terms of the water, yes, that is assets that are owned by council. So we do have, I guess, control over the amount of supply that we can provide for that site. So yes, it'd be managed through council. To answer your question.
Thanks. And then the first part was about the duration of the community consultation.
Through you, Chair. Thank you, Councillor. We have, under the Planning Act, a required 15 business days of public consultation. In our discussions with the project team and our assessing officers, we have decided for 20 business days, which is an extra 5 days, and that aligns with what a material change of use would be. So something the public is quite familiar with. That is our minimum requirement, and that's once we get the last step done. So once the public notice is put out, then that's the counting starts from that day. So there may be a few days grace either side. And if submissions come back and we have to significantly change the proposal to respond to those submissions, we will need to go back out to public consultation.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Von Hoff. Are there any further questions on this one, councillors? If there isn't, so I've got to move. Councillor McDonald's indicated he is happy to move. So the recommendation councillors, is that council in its capacity as both the infrastructure entity and the designator endorses the Toowoomba Region Sports Precinct Consultation Strategy Report and Environmental Assessment Report, and that council in its capacity as the designator endorse the local government infrastructure designation approach as the best mechanism under which to assess the Toowoomba Region Sports Precinct infrastructure project and continue to proceed with local government infrastructure designation process in accordance with Section 37 of the Planning Act 2016 and Chapter 8 of the Minister's Guidelines and Rules. Now, I do have a mover, and also just, I suppose, for flow and fluency of the meeting, so what I'll do, just as we have Councillor Summerfield online, so we'll ask for those in favour and against by show of hands in the room, and then I'll ask Councillor Summerfield if she could indicate verbally which way she is voting. So I do have a mover in Councillor McDonald. Do I have a seconder for that? Councillor Von Hoff. Anyone wish to go into debate? I'll ask all those in favour. Councillor Summerfield, could you please indicate?
In favour, thank you.
So that's carried. Thank you, Michael and team. So, councillors, we move to item 4 on the agenda, and it is the subordinate local law number 5, parking 2011, adoption of consolidated version of the local law under Section 32 of the Local Government Act. I ask the General Manager of Regulatory Services, Kevin Jeffries, to address this one.
Thank you. Morning, everybody. Through the chair, this one's brought to you because we picked up a clerical error in the schedule, and it's around referencing. There's nothing more to it than that. It's not changing the local law at all. And the referencing, the clerical error around the referencing is that the table in the schedule refers to Torrens Act and the Torrens regulations. The clauses that are in there and the penalties are all correct. It's just that we've referenced some of those clauses sit under the Torrens Act and some sit under the regulations. So it's just rectifying that small clerical error. Hasn't made the local law invalid, but we wanted to correct it.
Thanks, Kevin. Any questions on this one, councillors? No? Sorry, Councillor McMahon?
Yeah, thanks, Chair. You have to excuse the voice today. I was just going to ask, this was 2011. We got to it 2015, I think it was changed, and then it was only picked up 21. So we obviously don't review every law every year, but is that a standard time frame of review?
Yeah, no, we don't review local laws and subordinate local laws every year. That would be a lot of work to do that. Every 5 years, depending if there's changes that council wants, changes that come through from state or federal initiatives, we would update it and put that back to council. There was a change from 2011 to 2015, you're quite right, and that's when that clerical error happened for some reason. We've researched back and we can't identify why it happened or how it happened, but this is really just fixing that small clerical error.
Yeah, sure. I'd be happy to move, Chair. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor McMahon. So I do have a mover, and sorry, I probably should have done this at the last item as well, again, just for normal flow of the meeting. Once we have questions in the room, I'll also just ask if Councillor Summerfield had any questions for that. Councillor Summerfield, do you have any questions for Mr Jeffries?
No, thank you, James. I appreciate your consideration. I know it's hard when you're chairing a meeting and you've got someone online, so I appreciate your consideration. Thank you.
So no problems at all. Now, so we've got a mover in Councillor McMahon, a seconder in Mayor Antonio. Dare I say, no one wants to go into debate. I'll go straight to the vote. Those in favour? Councillor Summerfield?
In favour, thank you.
Someone's passed unanimously. Thanks, Kevin. We move to item 5 on the agenda. This is the community lease, the former Rangeville Guide Hut. I'll hand over to General Manager Nick Hauser.
Councillors, the Property Services team is on their way. I think they're probably expecting some discussion to go a little bit longer than it has. Nevertheless, I'll introduce this report. Councillors, the report's there. I'm happy to take it as read. You're aware of the history here, the Guides Hut. We made a decision on this last year in relation to Girl Guide's ongoing occupation of that hut, and there was a desire to return the lease to council, which council accepted. We've advertised expressions of interest amongst community groups to find a suitable tenant to occupy that facility. We had 4 expressions of interest received. Those expressions of interest have been assessed, and the Darling Downs Environment Councils are recommended to you for a lease of that facility going forward.
Any questions, councillors? Councillor Melissa Taylor.
Thanks, Nick. I'm sure you're expecting a question from me about this one.
Yes.
Yes. I understand the reasoning for the way this has gone, so I'm not asking a question about that. But as you know, there is a group there that has queried and asked and begged and pleaded for them to get the have access to the Rangeville Guide hut, and unfortunately it hasn't gone their way. This is a group that meets regularly. It assists greatly in their mental health, the health of their community. So my question is, how do groups such as this, because this group is in jeopardy of losing their space very shortly, and they've been hanging on, by a thread. How do they know what spaces or what properties are available, and how can we help groups like? And I know they're probably not the only one in the region, but how do we help groups like this, because they really do add so much to the health of our community?
You're right, they're not the only one. There's always groups looking for places to occupy, and we help wherever we can if we have property that's available. We can help by getting in contact with our property services team, and we can identify any available properties. Our community development officers are also available to assist them with grants and other proposals, business propositions that might be suitable to their needs. It is a difficult one. Trying to be all things to all people is sometimes a challenge and can be awfully expensive as well.
Yeah.
I'd encourage them, and I know which group it is, and I think we've had contact. We can maintain that contact, and I think our property team maintains a register of those that are interested, and when properties become available, we'd be in contact. But we will certainly, as a result of this, be in direct contact with each of these groups that have expressed an interest, and give them some feedback and see what else we can do to help.
That'd be great. Thanks,
All right.
Nick. And may I just say thanks to Hugh as well, because I know Hugh helped them a great deal. And it's groups like that, they don't have great expertise in doing expressions of interest and not knowing where to go. And I know you and Hugh and the team have been really great. So I just want to acknowledge that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Melissa. Councillor Carol Taylor.
Thank you, Mr Chair. Following on from that, how difficult is it for groups like this to share premise? It's not just as simple as a group going and finding somewhere. If they take it to someone's home, they have to worry about the liability, insurance, and all of those things. And I know we can't say be all things to all people, but we do in other areas. I mean, we can encourage men's sheds, and I don't know that I've ever seen the women's shed come up here looking for a grant, and perhaps they should think about that. But with the liability and the insurance, all the things have changed about people and little groups smallish groups that used to work from people's homes or meet at people's homes, and that's too much of a risk now. So, I mean, if we have these premises, and I know that, for instance, the premise at Laurel Bank Park used to be used by many different groups, and I would have thought that, some of these groups that we give this to probably don't need that for the whole time, and it would, have we looked into the possibility of shared use when some might only be there for, I don't know, 1-2 days a week or something like that? I think it's possible, and it's what Brisbane City, Toowoomba City used to do that. I very much know that, and some of our smaller areas, councils did that as well, because some small groups haven't got the capacity to take over a building and look after a building. So I suppose my question to you is, have we looked at shared groups, shared use, of some of these facilities, perhaps not that one, but certainly there are others there would be capacity at. And number two, I guess the fact is it's not as simple as these going back to someone's home, because the liability that is attached to that is just too great. So they all play a role in our community and help to keep us ticking. So I guess, have we looked at that, or are we intending to look at that?
Through you, Chair, I don't think there's a simple answer to that, Councillor Carroll. The simple answer would be, in this instance, we've definitely looked at the shared use. It's one of the criteria against which we assess the expressions of interest. And so, for example, the Darling Downs Environment Council plays host to 14 affiliate groups. So they tick that box of shared use and ensuring that we get good utilisation of the facility, rather than just some of the groups, as you saw, were proposing to use it for 5 hours a week. And the type of use that they would use it for would restrict others from being able to use it. So hence the recommendation. The point about small groups having to meet at home and the liability and the insurances that go with that is a challenge. Our community venues here at Toowoomba City Library are one avenue that addresses that need in some ways. And again, it won't meet all of those needs. There'll be lots of diverse needs, and for some it will be perfect. For others, there'll be other needs that go unmet in that facility. So I think it's a case-by-case assessment for us and basis, and working with those groups to try and find the best use. In terms of other existing leases, look, it's possible that we have underutilised facilities out there that could get better shared use. I don't really know, but certainly that would be possible. The opportunity for us is to review those uses as those leases fall due, and we could be having conversations that, because the lessees now are signed up to a lease with certain benefits and obligations and requirements that would be difficult for us to force change, but at the time they come due for renewal, we could certainly negotiate.
Thank you, Mr Chair. Just to follow up, and thank you for that. Don't want to cause any more work. I know that there's a lot of work goes into this, but I'm just wondering at the possibility of this group trying to be auspiced under the men's shed umbrella, and maybe that could be an opportunity for them to go and try to do that, I guess. Perhaps, not sure, but that council supports the men's sheds. And in doing that, I think probably perhaps they could look at like groups and perhaps mentor and look after those. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Taylor. Councillor McMahon.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, look, I just wanted to echo the comments around the room. Obviously, there's 4 good applicants, and I think there's only one hut. And this works better when we take the group name off and look at the criteria. Obviously, I've been contacted by many of them as well. And I think when we look at this as where this is located, right next to suburbia, it does best with little amount of noise. And so, wood turning gear or motorbikes or those kind of things. But I suppose it gets to a broader question, because I think what I like about the DDEC application is it can be shared use. They don't have equipment that stays out, and it's a room that can be used by others. So I encourage that sharing. But broader picture, we obviously have many community groups looking for somewhere to stay. It's been good to work with some private or not council-owned assets at present. I've been having some conversations with Boyce Gardens, as an example, who have some space up there that they're starting to want to get community groups in. Not at all suggesting a Bikie King should be the desired applicant, but there's those kind of options. But through you to Hugh, we are looking at an audit at present, or maybe it's just finished, of our council facilities in regional areas, and a fair few kind of underutilised council-owned spaces. So I suppose the question is, are we at the stage where we can start joining the two together and saying, we have underutilised space, we have community groups wanting spaces? Is that a conversation that we're ready to have, or could you just talk me through that?
Thank you, Councillor Tim, and through you, Chair. Yes, essentially we have, as you know, been looking at an audit of our community facilities, and plenty are underutilised. The issue we have, I believe, is that the needs of community change over time. So buildings were constructed not necessarily with an eye to the type of machinery and the type of use and constructed in certain locations. So it's really about, I think, having a mix of different options and offerings, and it's fantastic, and it's very efficient to prioritise shared usage and full utilisation. But there are some type of groups, and we deal with them a lot, that do have, by necessity, need to be single-use facilities. So we need to move towards having a good mix of those facilities, some of which are the more traditional community-type buildings, of which this location at Rangeville is, but potentially some more offerings in industrial-type areas to facilitate this type of different types of use. So it's identifying the underutilised buildings, but also making sure we have a broad range of offerings to cater for the different needs of the community.
I just follow. I think that's exciting because, the wood turners or the God Squad, who may not be the best applicant for here, may be perfect for a council-owned industrial site. So I welcome that ongoing conversation. Thanks.
Thanks, Councillor McMahon. If there are no questions, Councillor McDonald.
Thanks. Just a very quick one. Just with regard to the recommendation that's in the report around transfer or lease of the land, transfer of the building. So therefore, ownership of the building becomes that of this group, DDEC. Are they then able to dispose of it or do whatever they want with the building without any council approval, unless there's another building going on there, of which they'd need a building approval?
Through you, Chair, there would be requirements under the lease in relation to any changes or while the ownership is vested in the lessee, there would be requirements under the lease as council as the landholder to have oversight over any changes, whether that be removal or addition or otherwise in that circumstance. So while it is the ownership and the requirements are vested in the lessee, there's no free for all in terms of what actually happens there.
Thanks for that, Hugh.
Sorry for Councillor Taylor.
Thank you. Just following up on that, and I missed that when I was reading through here. Is that normal that we transfer the ownership of the building? I've never seen that before, I don't believe. Normally we just lease the building and the land, and they, like Laurel Bank Park and other things, we lease them out. They have a responsibility to look after the building and the like whilst they're there. But I have never seen before where we're transferring a building to an entity, regardless of who that entity is, and I'm not sure that we should be, I'm not sure I support that.
Through you, Chair, Councillor Carroll. So this particular building, and it was before my time here, but I understand that it was surrendered by the Girl Guides, and the ownership of the building at that time was with the Guides, and Council took a decision last year to accept ownership back of the building and I guess undertake an EOI, and the conditions of the new lease would be similar to that of the former lease with the Guides, in that the ownership of the building will be vested into the ownership of the prospective lessee. In terms of whether or not that's essentially a policy position council can take. One of the issues we have as local authorities is the vast amount of buildings and assets that we hold. They're significant. There's a vast array of them, and it's effectively handing on the management and the responsibilities to the maintenance of the building reduces that burden on council to do that, which effectively means that we can facilitate more opportunities for community use of buildings on council land. Whether or not council supports that in an ongoing way, I guess that's a policy position that we need to take. So broadly speaking, we could adopt a policy position where we lease facilities and we maintain requirements to do some or all of the maintenance obligations, or we could adopt this approach, or we could have a number of different approaches in different circumstances. So that's effectively a policy position we can take.
So a question, if I might, through you, Mr Chair, have we got others like this? Because, I mean, at the end of the day, my understanding was that when you're leasing, then you have requirements to upgrade that, keep the upkeep of that building, keep it maintained. The way this is structured, they could move that building off there. They own the building. If they wanted to take the building off there, they could take it off there. The land is all that belongs to us. Under this scenario, I just think if we're going to we need to have a look at that, because if we're going to undertake to keep the building and the facilities maintained, then that should come at a cost. The cost should be realised in the lease payment. So there's different ways to do that, but the way this is structured, in my view, they own the building and can do what they like with it.
Through you, Chair, yes, with council's consent, yes, they could remove the building. And that is, in terms of whether or not this has happened previously, I understand that we do have a few leases structured in this way. If that I guess, approach is not considered suitable for council, then we need to adopt a different policy position in that regard.
No, sorry, it's not for me. I'm sorry. I think public facilities are public facilities. We only have them, we hold them on behalf of the community. This was a Girl Guides. I think there's a little bit difference between the Scouts and the Girl Guides and some other public groups that are around. That's not, it's just that the junior, and we in the past have wanted to foster them. But I think at the end of the day, this isn't ours. This belongs, all these facilities belong to the community. And I actually don't support this. And I don't know whether it's because it was historic, but I'm not sure what the others are, but perhaps they should come to us in an information session. But I don't support us giving up control of this building.
Thanks, Councillor Taylor. Can I just confirm with that, Hugh, but the key part, I picked up what you said before, is with council's consent. So it's still the decision on what would happen with that still sits with council. Is that right?
Yes. Yes, that's correct.
Reason, Mr Chair, if I might say, if something goes awry up there, the group becomes defunct or something else, do we have any... I mean, when they own the building, they own the building. We have less say over what happens there than if it were under a lease from us. And that's actually a fact.
But I think it's also a situation, isn't it, Hugh, that council in that situation would have first right refusal with the property. Is that correct?
Through you, Chair, I guess I can, as an illustration, point to the item that was put before council last year where the Girl Guides relinquished the lease, and I'd have to, unfortunately, our report writer, Chris Theodosis, is away today, but under the terms of the agreement, the guides were required to remove the assets and reinstate the site. It was discussed with council at the time that the site, the cost of removal of the building exceeded the value of the building and the ability to remove it. So council accepted, in that circumstance, council accepted the building back and put out an EOI to look for an alternative tenant under the same conditions, and that's effectively what we've done. So when we talk about the prospect of community groups picking these buildings up and removing them and relocating them in another location, it is technically possible. They'd have to get our consent to do it, but the likelihood of that happening is fairly low given the type of the buildings.
Sorry, Mr Chair, I'm not suggesting that this group or any other group would do that. It's just a concern of mine that this is a different type of thing. I do remember it coming to us last year. I think there's a big difference between Scouts and Guides and other senior community groups, and it's nothing against the particular group or anything like that. It's just that it's a very different type of arrangement to what I think most of our other buildings are under.
Sure.
I'm not suggesting they're going to move it or anything like that.
I might just ask General Manager to make comment here, if he may.
Thank you, Chair. Councillors, I think it is very much a policy position, as Hugh's explained, and you're right, Councillor Taylor, there's probably not many lease arrangements across the region where the lessee owns the property, but there will be some, and for whatever reason that would have been attractive to them at the time, that they were able to construct and own their own facility and have some control and ownership over that, and that's indeed what the case was with the Girl Guides. At the expiry of their lease, we've heard that that there's a condition for them to demolish and make good the site, but through negotiation and conversation, we agreed that that wasn't in the best interests of council and the community and the guides, for example, because I think the cost of demolition and removal and make good was about $40,000 that they would be up for. Our cost of repairs of the building are in about the same order. I think the report identified $37,000 of repairs and maintenance. The policy position for council is there are risks and benefits associated with either model. So there's a model that council can own the facility, and with that comes the liability for its upkeep and maintenance and all of those things as well, and it gives us more control and certainty over the asset. Or the proposed model where the lessee takes ownership, we transfer some of that liability and obligation for repairs and maintenance, and they're probably able to do that through volunteer labour, which we all recognise the value of volunteer labour, as well as access to grants and those sorts of things. So in terms of its economic value for the broader community, that model has some advantages in that better access to grants and volunteer labour and the like. Council does lose some control, but we would structure that lease in such a way that council has first right of refusal. If first right of refusal around to acquire that facility, if the lessee decided we own the facility and here's an asset for us and we would like to list it for sale by removal and see if we could realise that asset, we could structure the lease that council had first right of refusal around that. And that gives us some control and some certainty, whilst at the same time meeting that objective of trying to transfer some of the risk and liability associated with upkeep and maintenance.
Thanks, Nick. So I've got Councillor McDonald, then I've got the Mayor.
Thanks, Chair. Thank you for that explanation. That's the very reason why it was raised, just to get some clarity around that. And agree. In fact, we've got quite a number of buildings across council that are probably in a similar state and may have been a better option to go down that path and give some ownership and ability for locals to actually, volunteer their time and seek grants that council may not necessarily be able to get. So it's actually a model that I don't think we should discard for other buildings, in fact, which is why I raised it. Just the conversation around the ability to house other organisations raises an opportunity, I think, perhaps, and be guided by you, Chair, and the GM and Hugh, whether an additional recommendation in there is to just simply say that unsuccessful applicants are notified and council will continue to work with these and other community organisations in the search of appropriate facilities, which I think would pick up on Councillor Melissa's comment and Councillor Tim's. We do it by way of business as usual, but notifying those and actually saying that we will continue to work with them and others may actually assist by way of letting them know that you weren't unsuccessful, but, let's keep working with you.
Did you want to just comment on that, Nick or Hugh, if there's any, that's a possibility that we can do that? Well, I mean, there's no motion on the floor yet anyways.
That's fine. I'm happy to add that to it and move it, but I'm noting Councillor Summerfield's online as well. She might have a comment or question, but that unsuccessful applicant is notified.
Right, so we'll just work through this position. So you're intending to move this
with these and other community organisations, Wendy, if you could put community before organisations in the search for appropriate facilities. I think that's reasonable. Yeah. With that added, I'm happy to move it.
Okay, so I've got a mover of that. We've got a seconder in Councillor O'Hara Sullivan, so I'll hold that for, we've got a few other questions, as I said. So I do have a mover and a seconder on the floor for what's before us there. But I do have a couple of other questions. I've got Mayor Antonio.
Well, I don't have a problem with the transfer of the lease. It's the very concept of this lease, and I'd have to agree with Councillor Taylor. Can I ask the question, did we invest $37,000 in repairing that building?
Sorry, through you.
Yes, we did.
Sorry, just to clarify the question, have we invested 37,000?
Yep. So,
no, I understand that's the cost. That was an estimate of the cost required. That would be required of council, but no, that 37,000 hasn't been invested.
it hasn't been spent.
No.
I was quite concerned about that, but I think the very concept of this lease, I don't know whether it's just where I come from in life, but it bothers me a bit. If we transfer the ownership over to just keep transferring the ownership around, I think that my personal view would be that we'd be better off in control, despite the difficulties there may be with maintaining it and so forth. That's, yeah. But I think it's an interesting model.
Thanks, Mayor. So I'll take that as a comment. I've got Councillor Hara Sullivan.
Thanks, Mr Chair. So just to be clear, ultimately in that area up there, we have a master plan for Picnic Point that's going to be cleared eventually. So if someone did take the building, we'd actually be thankful for it, wouldn't we? Is that correct? That area is going to be, has had a design for it, master design, hasn't it?
I'm not sure if Hugh will know the answer to that question. I can't recall the details of the Picnic Point master plan in relation to that corner of the property, Councillor O'Hara Sullivan. That's possible, but I'm not sure. And if it was, I don't think it's something that we would be looking to enact quickly. We would be happy for lessees to occupy that site for as long as they wanted. I'm not sure. Sorry, can't answer the question.
So just to add to pick up on the other aspect of that question, I guess the process of having a scout hut in that location would have serviced the needs of Rangeville at that time. As we go through this and we assess this, we identify that location for a community facility has its limitations. So there are noise factors, there's amenity in the park and that kind of thing. So eventually over time the needs of the community change, and that's I guess the reason to be constantly reevaluating and reassessing our community building stock. And as you say, if in time, these buildings have a life, and we do our best to extend those lives, but looking at the reasons why it was built there and how it serviced the community previously, those needs change, and we need to keep reassessing that. So it's not, our stock will change over a period of time, hopefully to meet the needs of the community.
Thanks, Hugh. So will councillors, if there are no other further questions from the, Councillor McMahon? Sorry, Councillor Summerfield. I've just got Councillor McMahon, then I'll come to you.
Thank you.
Chair, thanks. I'll be quick. I wasn't going to talk much today. We have it on the books very early on of the idea proposed of an environment education centre at Picnic Point. It's obviously still many years in the making, but we now have an environment group with a premises at Picnic Point. I'd be keen to hear if there was any conversation in the future about those two ideas meshing together. And rather reinventing the wheel, we work with what we've already got. Just a seed I'd be keen to plant. An environment centre would be great up there, and now we have some prime tenants who have a building up there. So keen to put those two together in time. Thanks.
Thanks, Councillor McMahon. I've got Councillor Summerfield.
Thank you, Chair. I'm curious around, the $37,000 has been quoted as what was needed to fix the building up, and yet we're saying it hasn't been spent, but does it need to be spent before this is actually transferred over? And I have to say I have concerns about the transferring over in the process the way it has been proposed today. I do have concerns about that, and also, once they're in there, suggesting that that would also lead towards an environmental centre at Picnic Point. They are two totally different things in my view, but anyway, if I could get an answer to the question, please.
Thank you, through you, Chair. So the question, Councillor Summerfield, was in relation to whether the figure of 37,000 would need to be spent by the community group before they accepted the lease. Is that the question? Sorry.
No, it's council doing the necessary repairs to that building before it gets transferred over to DEC.
No, that's not the intent of the process. The intent of the process would be to lease the building and transfer the ownership as is, and then work with the group as a lessee to manage that site and program those improvements over time.
So when you say program those improvements over time, do you mean the council will fund those improvements over time?
No, that would be the intent of the lease agreement, is that the responsibility for the upkeep and the ownership of the building and the maintenance of the building would transfer to the lessee.
Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Summerfield. Just speaking with the general manager there before, I know there's been a few questions around, like we talked about, just the control and things along that, and around council having that potential, that first right of refusal in any concept. I note in the recommendation we've got that the terms of the lease in accordance with council's property tenure policy 2.10, could we add in that recommendation a provision around what has been discussed today, around, I'm not sure, General Manager, what sort of words, like around just that control possibility?
Thanks, Chair. I think you could add it to item 3 there, the terms of the lease be in accordance with council's property tenure policy, and include provision for the asset to be returned to council. Or, I'm thinking on my feet now, Wendy, you're very quick. Asset to be returned to council, or include provision for the asset to be offered to council if the tenancy changes, if the tenancy changes.
Sorry, Councillor Taylor, just once General Manager Hauser, so is this what you're, from what I was mentioning before, would that be the wording, from your opinion, you'd be suggesting? So
Yes.
that provision for the asset to be offered to council if the tenancy changes?
Yes.
Okay, so I've got a question, Councillor Carol Taylor.
Thank you. In light of, I don't support the transfer of the building, but in light of this, with the liability for or the responsibility for the upgrade, or what we maintain, what we've assessed to be, what it takes to bring it up to where it should be, to be habitable, usable, do we carry any liability on that with these people, if they, taking out who we've recommended for it, just a group comes in and there's $37,000 worth of work that's assessed to be done to make it usable, habitable, and that group doesn't do it, and one of their group, something happens, or somebody, where does our liability sit with that if that work isn't done? Surely, you know, I have a concern about that, because I do believe that we would wear some of that liability should a group that is coming into here not carry out the work that we've assessed as being necessary for it to be used.
Thank you, Councillor. We've been very clear in terms of our expression of interest in relation to the upgrades that are required and the terms and conditions of that EOI. We do have an ongoing responsibility as the leaseholder to make sure that the prospective lessee, in this case the entity we're recommending, manage those risks appropriately and put in place risk mitigation strategies in relation to how they use the building, if they commence its use with the rectifications that we've identified are required. So yes, we transfer the responsibility of the ownership and the maintenance responsibilities, but we do have an ongoing responsibility, as we do with all our leaseholders, to make sure that they are using that building appropriately and managing the risks.
So to follow up on that, and I'd probably send this to the CEO, should they go in there and not do that work what is our responsibility? We are still responsible for that building.
My understanding is the standard conditions in leases require appropriate insurances to cover those issues. So I think that would be deferred back to the actual lessee and building owner at the time through the lease.
Thanks, Brian. So, well, councillors, sorry, I just want to check. So I did have a mover and a seconder for that. Are they comfortable with the addition?
Sorry, Chair, yeah, no, more than happy with that addition.
Councillor O'Hara-Sullivan's a seconder. Okay, so, and again, I'll just go, Councillor Summerfield, you're clear, no further questions from your end?
No, Chair.
Okay, so councillors, so there is a recommendation before us. So the council accept the submission from the Darling Downs Environment Council Incorporated for the lease of the land and transfer of the building located at 1A Hella Street, Rangeville, to the CEO be authorised to sign all necessary documents. So the key parts here that we've added, councillors, some of the initial recommendations that the terms of the lease be in accordance with council's property tenure policy, and we've added include provision for the building to be offered to council if the tenancy changes. And also we've added item 4, which is that unsuccessful applicants be notified and that council continue to work with these and other community organisations in the search for appropriate facilities. So I have a mover and a second. Does anyone wish to go into debate with this one? So I'll put the motion. Those in favour? Oh, sorry.
Mr Chair, I think that, you know, from my own personal point of view, that's where I am and I'm going to support this, but I wouldn't mind a better understanding of the broader leasing concept here. I just have an issue with it. You know, and I may have that wrong. It doesn't have to be a whole of council thing if nobody else wants to do it. But I wouldn't mind getting a better understanding of the broader leasing, the way we manage that, because it's certainly, and it doesn't have to be commercial, and don't misunderstand it, but it doesn't have a great degree of commerciality around it, I don't think. It's supporting the community, which is a good thing, but I just wouldn't mind an understanding of it one day.
Thanks, Mayor. Well, we might have an opportunity with that, whether it's an info session briefing separately, or if it forms a part of what we're doing with all of our community halls potentially. So, got a surety through the general manager and
I
to take that on.
don't mean to create an info session that not everybody wants, but I just would love to get an understanding of what the concept.
No, well, I think the amount of questions that have been asked around it today would certainly warrant the opportunity to look at that. So Nick says that's fine.
I agree with that. I think we do need to have a full understanding. I'd like to see a workshop because, you know, it's all very well for us to discuss it here today, but there could be more in-depth discussion come from this that could lead to changing policy or something. I'd like to see. Thank you.
So we'll have that.
Probably total commerciality may not be in the best interest of the broader community, and I think we need all that sort of thing on the table.
Thank you. Thanks, Mayor. So to go back to where I was before, so we have that through the general manager and the manager have heard that we'll look forward to that to put together a workshop just in regards to that, so an understanding around these. But so we do have a mover. Sorry. So the recommend, we can bring that back up. So the recommendation as indicated before. So it's in 4 parts. So I have a mover and a seconder. So I'll put that to the vote. Those in favour? Those against? And Councillor Summerfield, would you indicate your vote, please?
In favour, thank you.
Can I
So that
say,
one is
Mr
carried.
Chair, it is not against a group. It's only because of the way that lease has been structured, and I don't agree with it. And it's kind of been snuck up on us, and I don't think it's right. And I'm sorry, but I cannot support that type of arrangement.
Thanks, Councillor Taylor. So that is, and thanks to you and the team from Property Service. So, councillors, we go to item 6, adjournment. Can I get a move by Mayor Antonio? Seconded by
7-minute break in the adjournment.
Yeah.
If we could.
So seconded by Councillor McDonald. So those
7 minutes.
all in favour. So we will resume 10:05. So, councillors.
That's good. 10:05.
10:05.
Councillors, we'll get our Finance and Business Strategy Committee for August underway. Welcome to Mayor and Councillors, Councillor Summerfield online, CEO Brian Pidgeon, Acting General Manager Rosita Jacobs, the GMs and staff in the room, and of course all of those watching and participating online in the case of Councillor Nancy. Can I begin by acknowledging the Aboriginal parties whose songlines traverse these lands we meet on today, the Western Waka Waka, Gibel and Jarrawa peoples, and pay respects to their elders past, present and emerging, for they hold the knowledge, rich traditions and bold ambitions of Australia's First Peoples. Councillors, we move to item number 2, which is attendance, including apologies, leave of absence and declaration of conflicts of interest. We have an apology to record for Councillor Kerry Shine. Someone moved by Councillor O'Shea, seconded by Councillor Carl. Those in favour? That motion is carried. We have no declarations of note at this stage. However, as we do at each of our committee and ordinary meetings, if something does crop up, please feel free to raise that at any time, whether it's yourself or you feel others may have, by way of protecting each other from any conflicts of interest. Item number 3, councillors, is our first substantive item of business, which is the council pre-approved suppliers exception from seeking written quotes or tenders. And today we have the newly appointed Manager of Financial Services, Mr Andrew Wegener, to present to us. Andrew, congratulations on your position. Welcome today. You've got a couple of reports, so you're straight into it, which you appreciate. Yep. So thank you very much. I'll hand over to you.
Excellent. Thank you, Chair, and thank you, councillors. So item number 3 is the council pre-approved suppliers. So this is an annual paper that comes to council around the seeking approval for the pre-approved supply lists on an annual basis. So we've gone out to the relevant business areas to seek their review of those lists, and that list, I believe, is as part of attachment 2. So this looks at the number of suppliers we have on an annual basis, which has been reducing over time. So this incorporates, some suppliers that are a fundamental part of our business, including, say, for instance, Seek and Tech One, who are effectively a sole supplier for that part of our business. So, thank you.
Thank you, Andrew. Appreciate that. Noting you're not the author of this document, but I'm sure if there's questions if you might not be able to answer them, then the Acting General Manager certainly will. Councillor, is there any questions in regard to this? It's a procedural matter more so than anything else. Councillor O'Hara-Sullivan?
Just happy to move, Chair.
You're happy to move. Councillor Tim, did you have a question?
Just a quick one, Chair. 155 in 2019, we're down to 104 now. You said it is decreasing. Is there a reason for that? Is it deliberate?
It is, from what I'm led to believe, deliberate.
Okay.
We want to try to minimise that number of pre-approvals so we go through the normal and quotation and tender approach with our suppliers for transparency and equitable.
Yeah, okay. Thanks.
Councillor Antonio, do you have a question, or are we happy to second? Okay, so are there any other questions? Councillor Summerfield, do you have any questions?
No, thanks, Chair.
Okay, we have a mover, Councillor O'Hara-Sullivan, seconded by Councillor Antonio. And you need to go into debate. Those in favour? And Councillor Summerfield, you're in favour. Motion's carried unanimously. Thank you. Thank you, Andrew. Don't go anywhere. Item number 4, councillors, is control entities, quarterly financial reports. These are for noting as of the 30th of June. So, Andrew, if you'd like to present those, and we'll go to questions after that.
Yep. Thank you, Chair. This is just our regular quarterly update in our new format, which is applying that consistency in terms of the statistics provided by the specific control entities and also their financial numbers. So, noting that we're also in the middle of trying to round out the end of financial year. So my corporate accounting team are actively trying to work with the controlled entities to finalise their end of year financial statements. So there are likely to be some minor changes based on the accounting principles as a result of that. But other than that, I'll take the reports as read.
Thank you, Andrew. I must say, before I go to questions, that to have the consistency across the control entities, the way they're presented, makes it much clearer, simpler and explainable to councillors, and the notations with it are certainly very helpful. Councillor McMahon and Councillor Carl.
Chair, thanks, Andrew. I did have a question that I doubt you'll be able to answer, but perhaps if we could pass on for their next time that they report to us. The Empire Theatres, in the achievements, there's a negative score that they received due to customers not being able to find a park. Keeping in mind there's 2 very large car parks across the road. I'm just wondering if you might be able to pass on to Empire Theatres if they could have a chat through that at their next time here. That would be great. Thanks.
Thank you. Thanks, Councillor Tim. Andrew will take that on board. Councillor Bill?
Yeah, thanks, Chair. Through you to Andrew. Andrew, mate, on page 328 of 555 or in the report, what page is it? Anyway, the bar graph on the 5-year performance reports on Empire Theatres. I notice over the period from 2018 to current, there's been no depreciation on the asset. Is there a reason for that? Considering council's ownership and contribution to such a prominent asset, I would have thought there would have been some depreciation recorded over that period.
Yeah, thank you. Through you, Chair. Those assets, as far as I'm aware, is actually owned and operated by council, so that depreciation would be retained on Toowoomba Regional Council's books as opposed to the Empire Theatre.
Is there any way of us seeing transparently, at the end of the day, this is a community asset. Is there any way of us seeing the rate of depreciation on those assets? Because I'm...
I can take that on notice, Councillor, and provide you a response to that question if you like.
Yeah. I'm just wondering, like, it appears on council's asset management register or depreciation, but I think it would be good for us to see that. When you move over to Toowoomba and Surat Basin Enterprises, they actually do show a minuscule amount of depreciation on theirs, and that's a wholly owned entity of council. So I'm just wondering about the inconsistency there.
Yeah, and I'll have to look into that a bit further but I think it actually pertains to also some of their lease arrangements as well, but I can look into that as well.
Yeah.
It's probably a case, Councillor Carl, that depreciation shouldn't actually be on this list from the Empire Theatre because they don't own the asset and it appears on ours, but certainly we can get that information. From a TSBE perspective, it's a wholly owned subsidiary, but we don't own the assets that they own.
Yep.
So there is a difference of the model. So really depreciation shouldn't be listed in Empire Theatre.
And point taken, but at the end of the day, the buck stops with council as the owner of these entities. And I just think from a transparency point of view, and in the context of a broader concern that we all should have in this boardroom, is the infrastructure cliff that we're facing around provision of essential and critical infrastructure into the future, and affordability. Asset management and depreciation, I think, should be transparently shown across all entities of council and not just as one lump sum under a council's rate of depreciation. I think not one size fits all either around different sorts of assets and infrastructure, and the whole of life expectancy around the sorts of asset classes. So I just think we probably should, this is my view, council may not wish to do anything different, but that's what I think we should be doing.
That's a fair point, and Andrew's taken it on board. It's probably not for these entities to report because this is their reporting when it's not pertinent to them, but I certainly take your point, Councillor Carl, and it's probably a phase we can have through even our budgeting process, keeping in mind that there's a rolling program of the assets and a deeper dive look at the depreciation, how it's managed each time through those asset classes. So each year we get a revaluation and depreciation changes on those values. You know, we're up to about 113 million or thereabouts at the moment, and that will change. So this probably isn't the mechanism. However, I think definitely we could look at that when we report from a council perspective about our control entities, rather than noting reports from the entities. Any other questions, councillors? Councillor Von Hoff?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through you, looking at the Empire and TSBE and a percentage of employee expenses to total revenue for the full year actuals for each. So for the Empire, we've got a revenue just under $4.2 million. And then the employee expenses, just over 2 million. And then if we go to TSBE, we've got a total revenue of 4.2, so similar. And then the employee expenses of 2.4 million. So those two numbers, 4.2 for the revenue for both. And then for the Empire, we've got 2 million on employee expenses and 2.4 million for TSBE. So Andrew, if you can comment now, but maybe it's something that you come back to us on. Just organisationally, we're looking at under and over half of what those organisations bring in being spent on employee expenses. And if you can comment on how reasonable that is. Is that sort of par for the course for organisations, or on the low side or on the high side? What's your commentary?
Look, in terms of the specific details as to the components of their employee makeup, I'd have to refer back to the controlled entities, because I know in terms of TSB, for instance, they've got a number of package staff, which would actually throw a bit more weight in terms of the annual pay points for those individuals, as opposed to, say, an Empire Theatre, where you've got a lot of production staff and stuff like that, and probably contractors and casuals that'll come in, who would be on that lower, potentially a lower pay rate. And so you may see a bit of a different dynamic in that level of pay provided to those, or on an annual basis, to those organisations. But in terms of their specific industry experience as to what's appropriate, I'd have to probably defer back to the controls as to what, from an entertainment industry, what's appropriate, as opposed to a TSB who are in the market to develop and build on our economy and stuff like that. So obviously they'll have a lot of engagement and reach in that space.
Yeah, I'd be curious. That'd be great if you could come back to us.
Yeah, I'll have to take that on notice via the controlled entities, if I may.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks. Any other questions, councillors? If there are no other questions, the motion there is before us. Sorry, Councillor Summerfield, did you have any questions?
No, thanks, Chair.
Is the motions there before us, the council note the quarterly reports as at 30 June 2022 for its control entities, Empire Theatres Pty Ltd and Toowoomba Surat Basin Enterprise Pty Ltd, together with the progress updates of the Gendarian Woolshed Pty Ltd's transition and Empire Theatres Foundation Limited. Do I have a mover for that motion? Moved by Councillor Antonio, seconded by Councillor Von Hoff. Those in favour? Councillor Summerfield?
In favour.
Motion's carried unanimously. Thank you. Thanks, Andrew.
Thank you.
Very much indeed. We move now, councillors, to item number 5, which is the operational plan for the financial year last year. And I asked Dave Quinlan if you'd like to come forward, David. Just as David's coming through, of course, we receive these updates quarterly. This is the last one for the financial year, so the proposal is for David to make some commentary, and then I'll invite the general managers, starting with the CEO, to make some commentary of their own and perhaps touch, if they'd like to, a little bit on this current financial year and the operating plan, and we'll go to questions after each officer has their say. Dave, over to you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, councillors. This morning we're presenting the... Can everyone hear me okay? We're presenting the operational plan report for the fourth quarter of 21-22 financial year, that is last fiscal year. As the Chair has said, it's a legislative requirement that we report at least quarterly against Council's operational plan. As it's the fourth quarter report, it provides, in effect, a roll-up of the entire fiscal year. Unlike other operational plans that you'll see in the other quarters where there may be recommendations to make changes to the operational plan, which Council can do, obviously there's no recommended changes to the operational plan in the fourth quarter. Councillors will see that at a broad level, 99%, this is rolled up entirely across the organisation, 99% of actions against milestones are on track or monitor, and 72% of KPIs are on track or monitor. For those who may be watching on live stream, just a quick explanation. The actions are, if you like, what we are doing, and the KPIs, the key performance indicators, are how well we're doing it. So to use a simple explanation, we may have an action to fix potholes. The KPI may be to fix those potholes within 14 days of being notified. We may have fixed all the potholes, but it may be 80% that were done within the 2 weeks. We may have a target of 90%, and so therefore that would be one that falls short of that KPI. A couple of broad observations about the year just gone. Certainly wet weather has been significant across the year, a very wet year, and that has implications for a range of capital projects that may be underway. And COVID is still with us, and that has a tendency to affect visitor numbers to certain venues. With that, Mr Chair, I might hand over to you in terms of questions.
Thanks, David. Then we'll come back to you at the end to summarise. And if there's any questions, particularly for you as the author, then we'll answer those at the time. So, councillors, we'll hand over to the CEO just to make some comments about the performance and perhaps touch on this current financial year if that's pertinent to the commentary. Thanks, Brian.
Thanks, Councillor. I'll just expand a bit on the COVID implications. I think what we've been able to achieve this year, considering a few factors that we've had to deal with throughout the year, I think it's been a remarkable achievement, really. I'd just like to thank all the staff for doing what they can to achieve the operational plan this year. Obviously, the COVID has created an enormous impact in our workforce and created a lot of issues in relation to our staff now having to work off-site. So there's people working from home. That's been a major influence throughout the year as well. Also, the tight labour market conditions have certainly had some effect on our delivery over the period of time. That's a national, state and local issue that we've had to deal with. That's been reflected in a couple of the KPIs that we haven't achieved this year. The staff turnover rate, we were aiming for 10%. We ended up with 14.5%. And the main reasons given for that was basically competitors, so people poaching, competitors poaching staff or vice versa, so it's very tight. People taking advantage, obviously, of opportunities that may arise in these tight market conditions for labour. We've also had a lot of retirement from our long-standing employees that's impacting this year and will continue to impact in the coming years. So we've lost some senior staff, and we will continue to lose some of our more senior staff in those areas as well. And recruiting has been a very difficult process at this point in time, again, because of the competition that we've had. One of the other things I'd like to mention, obviously, is the completion of our capital works as a percentage of the implementation of the revised capital works program. The goal was 90%. We achieved 85% in relation to that. And again, there's been influences in addition to COVID that have affected that, and you can have an opportunity to explore those if you wish with the general managers when you have those discussions. Weather has been a major influence. We've had some emergency incidents as well throughout the year. The availability of materials and cost of materials and obviously the COVID impact are some of those, but the GMs will be able to give you a little bit more insight in relation to that. That's all I'll comment at this stage if there's any further questions.
Thanks, CEO. Any questions, councillors? Councillor Von Hoff?
Thanks, Mr Chair, through you. Thank you. Thanks, Brian. I've got 3, if I might, please. The first is about, it's something that I've raised previously, the work that we're doing organisationally to improve culture, and I note that you're doing all of those engagement pieces with blocks of staff, and then I think all of us councillors actually have had the opportunity to be present at the start of some of those, and it's really, I think that it's a really good opportunity for staff to speak openly with the organisation. All of the notes that are made on issues that are raised, what's happening with that, and will there be an opportunity to close? We always talk about closing the loop. So what's happening with that? Because I think that, you know, in terms of improving organisational culture, people really need to feel like when they are honest and vulnerable, that we're genuine in acting on what they say.
Yep. Yes, so I think there's 2 things you've type of raised there. One was the values workshops, so I think that's the ones that the council has attended.
Yes. Yeah.
And the other ones are the action plan meetings that I've been doing with staff, natural work teams throughout the organisation, and I've done 193 of those meetings in the last 6 or 7 months. It's been a considerable effort. So that information has been collected and has been, obviously we have to respect some of the confidential information that may have been raised during that. The groups in themselves have been asked to come up with action plans at how they could help improve the organisation, help improve the culture, make their workplace a more pleasant place to work and more productive and more efficient. So all of that information was collected at the time in those individual meetings. That information has been shared, that's not confidential obviously, that information has been shared with the general managers, and the managers have that information. I've made it very clear that my expectations to the managers and the general managers is that those action plans that have been developed at this point in time, that to work through those work groups, those particular same natural work groups, to provide feedback on how they're achieving and working towards what they can do in relation to completing those action plans as proposed. So I've made it clear that I'll be asking for, and we'll keep recording those responses, so they'll be coming back. I'll be making sure that that is front of mind with all of our managers, that that's something that we need to do and need to work with. One of the other initiatives, and so that feedback will be given back to the individual teams as a continual program, because some things can be delivered overnight, some things will take a period of time. I've also asked for that the managers themselves undertake the exact process that I've done with their own teams on an annual basis at least. So that process will be repeated into the future, so they have an opportunity to talk face to face, because I saw enormous value talking face to face with our staff. But it's something that it's a huge time commitment, and I can't commit that kind of time resource on an annual basis. However, when you chunk that down to the general manager and each individual managers, it's achievable for those kind of things to happen on a regular basis. So that will be happening, and that'll be embedded into the organisation as well in relation to ensuring that we have those face-to-face meetings. And combined with that, we'll be ensuring that throughout the organisation, people who have supervisory roles have one-on-ones, regular ones-on-ones with those people that they meet with. So there'll be those one-on-one exposure with immediate supervisors, and asking managers to ensure that that's happening within the organisation as well. So there's a lot of face-to-face, but also recording that and giving that information back to those people who have actually put in the effort and the time and the thought to give them feedback as to what we're actually doing in response to those.
That's great. Thank you, Brian. Do you foresee then that those general managers and managers who you've charged with doing the doing of those action plans, will that be part of their performance management and performance appraisal, checking that that actually is being completed?
That will be something we'll start to embed into into their performance reviews.
Great,
it's
thank you.
Just by using it as a KPI, that will support and drive that behaviour into the future.
Yeah, and I note that some of the GMs there in the specific groups, they have, I think all of them actually, have that get out and talk to your staff, so good. Second question, Mr Chair, through you. Trying to read my notes here. Oh, the asset management plans, CEO. So I asked the acting the acting CEO in your absence about these. So 7, and I think we're at the same point still. So 7 of 9 action management plans are under review, and 2 more are expected to be completed soon. And the granularity of that's important because, of course, it informs risk and it also informs capital expenditure and operational expenditure. So a quick summary, I guess, of when you're hoping for those asset management plans to be complete, and also if it's possible for councillors to get an executive summary or such of what those plans are across the different portfolios.
The timelines on that, I might just ask Dave Quinlan, who's probably a bit closer to the actual action as to how that's being delivered, to respond to that. Thanks, Dave.
Certainly. We now have only one remaining to be signed off by the General Manager. There were a few minor details, that's in relation to transport infrastructure, transport assets, sorry, fleet and logistics, and that should be done easily by the end of this month. So we'll have all of them signed off, at least that first pass by the General Managers. It's our intention that we would then review all of them in this fiscal year with the same yardstick. It's the first time we've had them all signed off at this time, and it's a great opportunity to review them. We would expect that they will improve over time because that informs basically the money we invest through the CapEx program into the future.
Okay, lovely. That's good to hear. And if councillors could be provided with some sort of executive summary, or even if not, if that's extra work, just hulk and caboodle and we can wade through.
We'll, through you, Mr Chair, yes, we will look to, at the next opportunity where BTS is reporting to Council, we'll seek to include something about where we're at with asset management planning generally.
Thank you. And very finally, Chair, through you, CEO Brian, you were talking about some of the challenges that the organisations faced. We know the top 3, particularly as they pertain to capital works and the revised capital works program being delivered. And those are labour shortages, increase in material costs and supply chain issues. And my question is just overall, we've been living with those circumstances now for 2.5 years. And my question is, what remedial actions are we taking to try to mitigate the effects of those 3 things on the delivery of our capital works programs?
Those issues have been, that you raised there, have been not consistent for the 2.5 years. They've basically got stronger as the period's gone on, particularly, you know, the rising cost of materials, and certainly the COVID impact has been a up
Lumpy.
and down
Yep.
that we've gone through here. So the general managers themselves, they have to work through their particular capital works programs and deliver what they can in relation to that. Now, they have to be able to have the, I suppose, flexibility to be able to respond to those conditions as best they can as they change throughout the year. And some things, you know, like as I said, the labour market and the cost of contracting and things like that are very difficult for them to influence in relation to that. So it's more of a response to how they actually deal with that. But I think there's and as you're aware, we've certainly tailored our capital works for this financial year we're in now to what we believe is a more manageable suite of capital works that we can deliver within the financial year. So trying to basically ensure that we don't, that our capacity, the capacity of the organisation to deliver is lining up with what we actually, the budget says we can actually deliver. So there's been a little bit more rigour in relation to that. But I think the GMs themselves might be able to give you some further insight as to some of the things that they're actually doing in relation to that. But overall, some of those issues are beyond the control of us, apart from having the flexibility to respond as best we can to deliver some of those things. So in cases, where we can't get labour, we've had to contract some of those services to help us deal with that. That doesn't mean that you're going to be saving money. In many cases, it's going to be costing us more, so you can deliver less, or the contingencies of those particular capital works programs are certainly used, and there's little opportunity to have savings and many risks that potentially they could overrun. And if I could respond to your question, the one just before that, when you asked about the feedback in relation to the staff about the action
the values,
plans. Yeah, the exact question that you asked was asked during the CEO Roadshow last week, and I responded similarly to what you've, the response I gave to you then. So the organisation has heard it from me that that's the process and that's where we're actually going from, and hopefully that will cascade throughout the whole organisation as well. So it's topical for the organisation as well, and they've actually asked the same question.
Okay, great. Thanks very much. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks very much, Councillor Vonov. Councillor Carl?
Yeah, thanks, Chair. Through you to Brian. Brian, on page 16 of 173 or 362 of 555, just the KPI there for core maturity in terms of asset management frame, that's the National Asset Management Framework, NAF, results in a score of 3. We've achieved 2.8. It may have already been explained, I don't know, but can you shed some light on that for me, please?
David, you might be able to add some texture to that. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Certainly, Councillor Carl, it is the National Assessment Framework. It contains 11 practice elements. To obtain core maturity, you have to have at least a score of 3 across every practice element to get to core maturity. Core maturity, in layman's terms, is quite a progressive level of asset management. While we're calling it core maturity is our target. We are yet to achieve on a couple of those practice elements that level, and that's why we've got a score of 2.8. You will perhaps remember the audit done by RSM that was looking for a number of things in terms of asset management, such as the link between our budgetary process and asset management planning. You heard earlier that we're establishing all of those asset management plans at this point, and during this fiscal year we are determined to get to that core maturity. It is quite a task to reach core maturity, and at core maturity we would be, well, ahead of many of our contemporaries in terms of asset management. But no, you're correct, and we've accurately reported there. We've assessed it again, and unfortunately we have not achieved core maturity as yet. It is a stretch target, and we're determined to do it this year.
So when you say determined, with those plans coming in, we would likely meet that framework, national framework.
In terms of core maturity, beyond core maturity you go to, I think it's called intermediate and advanced. They are levels of asset management that might exceed our requirements, but core maturity would be a strong and admirable target for us to achieve. Asset management is quite a large beast. We have some 500,000 assets. The 11 practice elements include things such as the way we record the data we hold on each asset, condition assessment, etc., etc., etc. So it's quite elaborate and challenging to achieve core maturity across those full 11 practice elements. We're probably ahead of the game in quite a number of those practice elements, but until you've got, if you like, that solid score on all of them, you can't get core maturity overall. So one practice element not being complete will hold you up in achieving core maturity across all of them.
So I guess through you to the CEO, Chair, Brian, are we focused on those areas that we're not, that are inhibiting us to meet that national average or national framework? Because, you know, as David's just explained, it's critical to our budgetary process, and we are in a changing world with many, many pressures outside of our influence. So I'm of the view that it's critically important for us to have a clear snapshot at any moment of time across the business of where we are to inform our prioritisation around budget. So are we focused in committed resources in the organisation to try and get those areas up to that framework?
And that's the purpose of using that framework. It actually points to your weaknesses and strengths, obviously, within that asset management process. So obviously when you have a weakness, that's where you start to direct your resources to that. So it helps inform future decisions about how we apply resources to help resolve some of those issues. And that's one of the primary purposes of actually testing ourselves against that framework.
I guess if we break it down right to the end of the food chain, so to speak, it informs us sensibly about the condition of an asset or a network, and that's where we turn our focus to for an X amount of time to try and address those shortfalls in a say, a sense of physical network. You know, we have a particular focus on water and sewage at the present moment. So I just see it becoming more and more critical as we become constrained for all those outside pressures. Yeah.
That's, no denying that at all. Councillor Carroll?
Thank you, Mr Chair. Yes, and it is very important, I agree. Can I ask a question, because I think I know the answer to it? The reason we are doing quite well, but there are a lot of historic assets and hidden assets that we don't know the condition of the present condition of, and I guess that is probably the major reason that's holding us back, I think. Is that correct, through you, Mr Chair?
So I'd say we'll hand over to David, but I think you've answered your own question, to be fair.
Well, actually, I just want to make other councillors aware of it, actually, because in some of the portfolios you're not aware that this is the case. But, for instance, in ISG, we've got a lot of drainage assets that we actually don't, you know, it's difficult. You only find them when you're excavating for something or putting something new in. So that's always going to be an issue, and as the CEO says, that we go to where we think we have the first need, the information we need. So I guess that, yes, I suppose I have in a way, but I just want to make my colleagues aware of those impediments that we have.
I guess Councillor Carroll, you make a good point. You only have to look at the work in Russell Street to understand, you know, the things the can't sees, if you like.
You know, in the two portfolios like water and waste and us, and also environment and community in the parks and different things like that, there'd be certain areas that we work hard to try to find the actual condition of the asset, if it's buried or hidden or something.
Yeah, no, good point. Any other questions for CEO? Councillor Nancy? Councillor Nancy, any questions for the CEO?
Sorry, no.
Yeah. Okay, thank you. We'll move then to Environment and Community and invite General Manager Nick to come forward to do a similar thing as what the CEO has done, and then we'll go to questions following that. So, Nick, welcome back to the speaking area. I can't see any of your support crew here, so they've got faith in you, which is good. So thank you.
Thanks, Councillor McDonald. I think CEO summed up very well the challenges of the Environment Community Services Group, and if I could put it so simply as COVID, and it had various impacts, and we've heard about them from impacts on labour shortages, supply chains. We've had interruptions to some of our services and facilities, and it seems like a long time ago now, but it was, you know, at the beginning of this financial year where we had the QR code check-ins and all of those sorts of things impacting our library services, our galleries, and some of those restrictions only disappeared earlier this calendar year. So we've been dealing with those challenges. It's played out in a practical sense for us in the operational front around our facilities, where we've had difficulty attracting and recruiting and retaining staff because of the labour shortages. And then our own staff, our own dedicated staff, are impacted by COVID, the flu and other illnesses, which has left us on occasion finding ourselves in the situation where we've had to close some of our facilities a couple of hours early at different times, most notably Milne Bay, just through sheer staff shortages. Other impacts like natural weather events also impacted that. We had one weekend where we had staff who couldn't get to work and impacted our ability to operate. So that's been a very real impact for us from an operational perspective. And you're aware of the challenges then in terms of our capital works program. We've had entire projects that have had to be delayed by 12 months, most notably the Rockville Park Amenities Facility, which you're aware of and which I'm pleased to report we have a contract for and is looking very good for going ahead now into this next year. And that was one of your questions, Jeff, looking ahead. And capital works is also impacted by wet weather. So as recently as late April and early May, we were feeling as though we were on track to achieve a reasonable degree of our capital works program, only to have wet weather events in May again and put us behind schedule and delay those works further. So that's a summary of the challenges we've faced into the future. And I think it was the question from Councillor Vonhoff, I think, about particularly around capital works and planning for the future. We've got a much better handle on that now. I think CEO Brian mentioned they were conditions that weren't necessarily present in July 2021, that they've escalated and grown as the year's gone on. We're very aware of those now, and capital works programs and have taken those things into account, and we've been able to reduce our appetite, I suppose, with an understanding of the challenges that we face in delivering that. So looking forward, capital works is planned around that. We are starting to understand consumer behaviour better. When you read through the KPIs, particularly around library services, you'll see that physical attendances at our libraries are well below our targets, but things like e-resources and online resources are well above our targets. And we've talked about that before. You've asked me to make comment about e-resources and setting realistic targets, and we've tried to do that. We'll have a look at our past performance and we'll try and look at trends and we'll increase our targets, yet we still continue to increase those targets. So knowing what's a reasonable amount to increase them by is different. And I think that change in consumer or customer behaviour has been accelerated by COVID. People have been unable to or reluctant to, or we haven't been able to provide programs for whatever reasons, and they've changed their behaviour. So we're trying to understand that, catch up with that, and provide services that the community is looking for now.
Thank you, Nick. Questions for Environment Community? Councillors? A lot to unpack there. Councillor Tim, then Councillor Rebecca.
Oh, thanks, Chair. Look, I'm just happy to provide a comment. Nick, I obviously follow up pretty closely, and I don't think this is the year you thought you were going to have at the start of the year, when we've had floods and tropical weather problems and COVID still lingering. And who'd have thought that a lack of lifeguards at Milne Bay would be the result of COVID after 2 years? I don't think anyone could have predicted that. I think it's interesting. We were at a UDIA breakfast, myself and many of my colleagues, which basically said that everyone's short-staffed in every department. The migration factor's picking up, but the people leaving a country is also picking up, and we're just at a net loss of employable people. Despite council being a good place to work with a new EBA, we're still struggling to get people, and there's a lot of poaching going on, and I dare say a lot of people are just saying, I don't want to go to work, and having a lot of time off. And so just very much thanks for the report. I appreciate the work you and your team have done. I realise it's been one of those operational nightmares that you've handled very well, but thanks for keeping us all in the loop, and brighter days ahead, hopefully. Thanks, Nick.
Thanks, Tim. We'll take that as a comment. Councillor Rebecca, then Councillor Carroll.
Thanks, Mr Chair. Through you. Thank you, Nick. So I'm not going to go through line by line item on that, but I do note the crosses next to the libraries and the art galleries, and I know that they really have suffered to a greater extent because of the circumstances with COVID. But we're at the point where, my goodness, libraries and the galleries, having taken a hit, they need some love. And I noted in one of Councillor McMahon's press releases this week, he was talking about the cultural strategy. And correct me if I'm wrong, Councillor, but we're calling for community consultation and for people out there to have their say about the cultural strategy. I didn't see a timeline, though, that we're hoping to have that cultural strategy delivered. Can you give us some information about that?
Yes, I can. I read some information on this just yesterday, I think, or the day before. So consultation is scheduled to commence, I think, in September, so we're promoting that now. So consultation will commence in September. From there, we'll take on board the feedback that we receive through that consultation strategy and present that to council, probably both in an information session and potentially as a follow-up report. Then it's a matter of drafting that report. Now, we're doing that work without a lot of additional resource, so people are doing that on top of their business as usual activities, and that means a delayed time frame for doing that. So we are looking at the middle of next year or later before that report is finalised and endorsed and adopted by council. And we are undertaking a very comprehensive process. We want to engage with the community and understand what's important to the community and compile that and put that to you.
Okay, thanks very much.
I think it was, sorry, and you reminded me of the other challenge, that the art gallery's been closed for 6 months as a result of the storm event that we had in January and challenges with that. It is scheduled to reopen again on September 10, which is fantastic.
And just with your indulgence, Chair, I had a really exciting conversation with a professor of architecture from UQ a couple of days ago. Coincidentally, I had no idea about this, but I'm hopeful that councillors can get some information about the really high calibre folk who are working with council on the gallery, because that is so exciting, and the community, I think, would be absolutely delighted to know about some of the nationally recognised leaders in arts and architecture who have a hand in what's going on. So great stuff, thank you.
Okay, we've got Councillor Carroll and Councillor Tim and then Councillor Bill.
Thank you, Mr Chair. Just a comment, and probably not just for community environment. I was listening on a national hookup with some local government people in the last couple of weeks, and they mentioned that nowhere in the figures of employment, either looking for a job or on unemployment, are a group of people who've decided and been able to be financially funded themselves, that they've actually just dropped out of work for a particular time, 6 months, 12 months or whatever. And that cohort probably is quite larger than we consider. So hopefully when they decide to come back, that we might be able to attract some of those. But I wasn't aware, and perhaps none of us are aware, there's been a study done on that, and there's quite a lot of people nationwide that have just decided at different parts of the last couple of years that they just have a year or whatever off. And so I guess that it's complex times, and sometimes people just feel that they need to just opt out for a while, and they're not covered in any statistics anywhere. So
No, it's almost like the great gap year, isn't it? Like it's a... Oh, did they? Oh, that's interesting. Councillor Tim and then Councillor Bill.
Oh, Chair, thanks. I was just going to congratulate Councillor Vonoff on reading the release and Nick for being so well versed in the response. We'll get the art gallery open and this cultural and art strategy will... What sort of art do we want to spend our money on is a huge question, and look forward to those conversations happening.
Councillor Carl.
Yeah, just on the same thing, through you, Chair. Nick, there's a lot of moving parts. Please refresh my memory. Is there opportunity, given that it's a policy that you're working on, arts and culture, strategy, and it'll be a policy position for council ultimately. Is there opportunity within the budget? I understand the timing's on us now. At September, you'll be bringing something back or plan to, or consultation. Is there opportunity for consultancy or outsourcing of a component of that work to assist officers within the budget framework or not? And the only reason I'm asking is because, I mean, there's many things that we can look at around outsourcing, but the more overarching policy and framework policy or position of council is pretty important. You've said it's quite an involved process and you want to have some extensive engagement.
Yes, there is opportunity to use external consultancies, and we are doing that.
Right.
I guess there's the opportunity to completely outsource everything and spend many tens of thousands of dollars doing so, or do a bit of use consultants where we need to and do some work in-house, and that's the model that we've chosen. And I think that'll present probably best value for money for us and probably the best quality of product at the end of the day.
I think a combination of the expertise in-house with officers and the procurement of suitable professionals, when that works well, we do come up with a benchmark result that's applicable to the organisation for some time. So, yeah, thanks, Nick.
Yeah, good. We'll have plenty more conversations, I'm sure. We'll just try and focus on this report. Thanks,
Thank you,
Councillor Carroll.
Mr Chair, and probably not so much, this is just a comment really, but the loss of the art gallery has been keenly felt by people who come to Toowoomba, and it'll be really great to see it reopened. I don't think we realise until it's not there, and so much comment has been made about it. You know, they come to Toowoomba to look at the art gallery, so I'm hopeful that we can do some marketing around, some fairly, marketing off-site so that people know that it's reopened, and be great that it's here for our carnival visitors. So I just want to, sometimes people beaver away in the background and not realise how important it is, but our art gallery, our regional art gallery, is very important to the tourism of this area, and it'll be great to see it open. Thank you.
No, you make a good point. It's not until something's closed that people realise how important it is. Any other questions for Environment Community? If there's no other questions, thank you very much, Nick.
Thank you, Councillor.
Appreciate you being here and the competent manner in which you undertook and answered those questions. Next group is Finance and Business Strategy Group, and we have the leads of each of the departments. So perhaps not to delve too deeply in it, obviously Rosita is the acting GM but also leads People, Culture and Engagement. And I haven't pre-versed this to these leads. Kylie is Customer Communication and Engagement, Harin, Manager of ICT, and Andrew is Manager of Finance and Services. But if you each are happy to answer any questions that may come your way from the lectern, that would be great. Not preempting any that might come, but if there are questions for your particular area, it's probably better that you answer those questions rather than GM Rosita trying to do her best. So with that being the case, councillors, are there any questions? Let's go for the first area, perhaps of financial services, which is Andrew's substantive area. Are there any questions, councillors, in regard to that element? If there's not, sorry, Councillor Summerfield, have you got any questions? I missed you. I apologise for that with Nick.
No, that's okay, Jeff. I'll
You-
make a noise if I...
That's good. Thank you. No, I appreciate that. Okay. The ICT area, and Harin, the manager of that area, is here as well. So if there's any questions for ICT, then Harin is more than happy to answer those questions, keeping in mind that he's been in the role for 4 weeks, so he's right over the top of this. But we'll be presenting, in fact, to the Audit Committee in less than a month's time around the strategy for ICT. So a number of councils attend that, so we'll get to hear a bit more about the future, Harin, that you've got planned and your team. If there's no questions there, we move to customer communication engagement, and Kylie Delrain is here. Kylie's happy to take any questions. Aren't you, Kylie, if there are any? Thank you, Councillor Von Hoff. Kylie, would you like to come forward to the speaking area? Thank you very much.
Thanks very much, Mr. Chair.
Thanks, Kylie.
Morning, councillors. Hi, Kylie. Flicking feverishly through my notes here, but I can just speak to it. And I can't think of the name of the new program that the customer service team has transitioned to. But what's the feedback been for that transition? How are they finding it? And
Are we talking about perhaps the quality program?
the program that the good people who answer the phone when people call 131872 and they use it to log...
Oh, Pathway UX.
Yes, thank
Right.
you, UX.
Okay.
How's that going, and what are you hearing back from our staff on the phones?
So I've had a number of conversations this week actually with customer service officers in different parts of the region around Pathway UX. It is certainly a mind shift from the previous program and look and feel. So for those people who've been around for a little while, it's a shift in muscle memory perhaps, and we're working through that. But generally, the relationship with the project team sitting in ICT is going quite well. There are different perspectives depending on who you talk to. The program seems to be working quite well. There might be a few extra clicks, but for all intents and purposes, it seems to be going okay. We do know that the implementation of Pathway UX over the last 2 months has probably contributed somewhat to us being a little bit slower perhaps to answer the next call because we're still getting familiar with that program. So that's part of the feedback as well.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thanks, Kylie. I have to say they do a tremendous job in the call centre. It's phenomenal, actually. The diversity of calls within an hour is incredible. Yeah, no, it's great. And an opportunity, I think, to work closely as you are with ICT in regard to some of those streamlining of things. I think there's
certainly on the cards.
Yeah, great opportunity there. Good. Thank you, Kylie. Any other questions for Kylie in regard to customer communication engagement? Thank you, Kylie. Thank you very much indeed. So our last area for finance and business is in people, culture and engagement. And we're fortunate enough to have Rosita here with us today. Rosita, I had a question that's more forward-thinking. You can go from here. It's more forward-thinking, and the theme or trend, if you like, from the CEO all the way through is around staffing. And I just wanted you to touch on, if you could, around tempo and how that's rolling out and happening, and whether there's an update that you could give us. Because that's one of those key measures we talk about labour, of an innovative way to approach the shortfall of the Great Gap year. Thank you.
Thank you. I can provide an update on tempo. We have closed the applications now for indoor for people who are applying to get into the indoor pool. we had a total of 61 people apply for that. The campaign seemed to work really well. And we advertised in Facebook, Seek, I believe we did the Chronicle as well. I can say that just on the Facebook campaign alone, we had 24,368 people who viewed our content. We didn't have, for outdoor workers, that was for the indoor pool. For the outdoor pool, we had 27,000, sorry, did I say 24,368? And for outdoor, 27,583 clicked on the outdoor content. So we did reach a fair number of people, and that was just through one avenue. We are keeping open the pool for outdoor, the advertisements for outdoor, because we haven't had as big of an interest, but we are also targeting and going out to talk to organisations and groups face to face to try and encourage people to register for that, or register the interest for that program. So we're keeping that one open for another week or so, and we will see how we go in terms of applications for that pool. Sure. It's the temporary employment pool. And with indoor, we are on target to start our, so we will be starting going through the selection processes from next week onwards, and we are on target to deliver the training to that pool and to have a pool of people ready for deployment to work areas by mid-September. So we are on target for that, because we had a healthy interest in the indoor pool. Outdoor pool might be delayed by a week or two, simply because we haven't had so much of an uptake there. But we are doing other things to try and attract more people to register the interest in the outdoor areas.
Thanks, Rosita. Is there, just before I go to Councillor Melissa, do you have a quantum of people that would be employed through Tempo through this first wave?
We're probably going to look at, well, our hope was to have probably around 30 or so people ready to go into the indoor pool. And we were looking at between 50 and 60, but they are going into a pool. So, you know, we're not, so that's sort of roughly our number that we're thinking of for this cohort. And there'll be, there'll be other iterations as we progress. So we really want to use this first opportunity, or this first cohort, as an opportunity to learn, see what lessons we can learn, see if we need to adapt or adjust our program. And we're certainly using it as a way to, we are engaging quite actively, and, welcome to take feedback. So we just want to see how we go now, and get people into the workplace, and then we'll be able to refine as we go for the next cohort.
Terrific, thank you. Councillor Melissa?
Thanks, Chair. My question is actually on corporate accounting, so if anyone's got questions about this particular topic, I'm happy to wait.
Corporate accounting is Andrew, so we'll get him fired up, ready to go.
Yep.
Any other questions for PCE? Councillor Melissa. Councillor Megan, sorry.
Oh, thanks, Mr. Chair. Rosita, we were talking about this at morning tea, and I just commend you, because it is a really terrific initiative. But you were saying that, because I thought that maybe it was mostly retired people that might be applying, but can you just talk to everyone about the types of people and the long-term goal, not only just with this, what you've got going, but the long-term goal of what it will do in terms of diversity particularly, I guess?
Thank you. I can, thank you. So there's a lot of talk, even today and out in the world, about the war for talent. And we know that there's a shortage of people who are able to come in and work for any organisation. So we know that war for talent is the sort of the common language out there. And that is true. However, we find that in our own community, there is a group of people, or a percentage of our community, who struggles to find work. And those are the groups that we're targeting through Tempo. And those would be people, and I'll go through the list, which is particularly school leavers. School leavers leaves high school and they try and get work, and they get told, we can't give you a job because you don't have experience. People who, mums and dads potentially, who's been long-term unemployed because they chose to stay at home and look after kids, and they try and get back into the workplace, and then they get told, well, your experience is 10 years old, so you don't have current experience. Migrants, people with with barriers to employment, so it's migrants, Indigenous and Torres Strait Island people. Who else have I left? Disability, so people with barriers, disability. So we're looking at people who have retired and they want to keep their toe in the workplace because they don't want to just be doing, they still want to have some kind of access or opportunity to engage in the world of work. So those are the target areas that we are looking at, and we will provide the upskilling and the training to get them ready to work as a member of the temporary pool. And there's multiple benefits to that for us as an organisation. One of the major benefits is it will be increasing and working towards our diversity and inclusiveness strategy. So it definitely, because we're looking at a group of people who's got barriers at the moment to employment. And so it will be definitely a mechanism to increase our diversity and inclusiveness. From an internal point of view for our own staff, it's providing opportunities for our own staff to act in higher duties positions when positions become vacant. And so we can backfill with people from the pool. For people who have barriers to employment, we do know, it's unspoken, but we do know that there are stigmas or stereotypes around people who seek work when they have barriers. And so through the Tempo pool, we hope that by deploying people onto assignments across our business, that just the fact that people are working will start to break down some of those barriers. So for long term, our intention is to train people, give them on-the-job experience, deploy them around council in various work areas and in different types of roles, with the fine ultimate intention to provide people an access to be able to apply and compete for long-term or permanent positions as and when those positions become available here at the council. And it is a community outreach, so it's actually telling our own community that we can help you get your foot in the door. So that's sort of the long term, and it's not just for retirees, but for a whole sweep of people who are at this moment living in our community who might be experiencing barriers to gaining employment.
It's an amazing program, and they have, what did we have, 61 for indoor. I'd suggest to you that outdoor might not have had a great appeal during the middle of winter, but perhaps in another month's time that may change a little bit, particularly when we see people out and about and doing things. Look, I just think it's an absolute flagship of this organisation, to be honest. And when you consider we've just come out of Homelessness Week and the challenges that we have, and we've got an amazing lot of organisations here working with those that struggle to find employment, and in fact our unemployment rate is increasing, not going down. So I think we'll find that those outdoor ones may well come through in this next phase in a couple of weeks' time.
As I said, thank you. As I said, we using this first cohort as a sort of let's take it as a lessons learned, but for going into the future, our intention is to expand it so that at the moment, we're only looking at sort of level 2 and 3 indoor and outdoor workers. But when we expand, we would want to have workers in our pool who's at the level 5 and 6, and professional people who want to sit there. And so we want to look at a range we want to expand the program to make it more inclusive.
Everyone's heard me say quite often that, our local spend is probably the greatest influence we can have in a positive way in our community. This may well be this next phase. So well done. We'll see how this progresses. Councillor Bill, then Councillor Carroll.
Thanks, Chair. Through you to Rosita. Rosita, it's excellent. It's almost, may I respectfully say, back to the future a little bit for myself, in as much the skills pool, and maybe I'm thinking too far down the track, but you talked about expanding here. it becomes quite a responsibility to manage and resources required. Is there the medium to longer term view, depending on the success of this, to actually either set it up as a subsidiary of council or actually outsource? Because it can become quite an intensive thing to manage. It's for all intents and sake, it could be a whole HR arm of an organisation. And in fact, I've seen major organisations do this very thing some 30 years ago, where in other sectors. So, yeah, is there the view to move down that progressively?
At this point in time, we haven't gotten to that point. And I would be very hesitant to say that in future we would outsource it or turn it into a subsidiary, because I just feel that we don't have the data at the moment to support it.
Yeah.
But it's certainly, from every cohort we bring through, we will be looking at what lessons we can learn from that and evaluating the program as we go. So potentially in future, but it wouldn't be immediate. It would be a long way down the line, I would imagine.
Yeah, look, I just think we probably need to have our eyes open as to where the extent of where this could go, and the extent of people registering and the types and the demographic and the qualifications might actually surprise us sooner rather than later. I guess if we start something, it's always hard to pull back.
Yeah.
And there's an element of consideration I think we need to, as an organisation, as to how we manage that in the future. I refer, Skills Australia was an organisation a long time ago. I don't even know whether it's still around, but there were a number of major organisations drawing on that resource. So we could actually, in fact, have other local government entities drawing on this resource.
Yeah.
Where they can't afford those skill sets.
Yeah.
Thanks, Councillor Carroll. Councillor Carroll?
Thank you, Mr Chair. I agree with some of those comments, and I guess that I'm very proud of this, and I think it's a great way to go, and also should be benefit to both sides. The outdoor cohort would be far more variety and different positions for those people to fill, I guess. And I suppose that will be hard to manage too. It's such a wide-ranging area that our organisation covers. But, I mean, there's many reasons why people find there's a barrier to employment. In many cases, the job has changed, the technology's changed. And, I see this probably, we've got many migrants that are here who can't use their actual qualification, whereas they could come in here and find somewhere to find find their feet, so to speak, and in doing that there could be much benefit for us further on, because we've got a lot of engineers and people with those skills that because of the language barrier or because of whatever the reason, and sometimes people just don't know where to go and find the whole thing just too hard. So having this mentoring type of a pool I think is going to be very beneficial to both parties. So I'd just like to, I'm very proud of that, and I think we should probably give ourselves a little bit. We don't do that very well. Our local government, we're always looking at what we're not doing, but I think that we should be very proud about this. So someone said to me on the first night that we'd had Ability Enterprises working at our waste facilities, and someone came up to me at the very first Disability Awards that I went to and said to me that not only has council's involvement here, their position changed their life, it's changed the life of the whole family.
Yeah.
So, if we can get those people, it's mutually beneficial, and I think it's a fantastic initiative. Thank you.
Absolutely.
Good.
Thank you, Councillor Carroll.
Thank you for that comment. Now, Andrew, if you'd like to come forward. Councillor Melissa, you have a corporate accounting question.
Thank you, Chair. Thanks, Andrew. This is probably very easy for you to answer, but on Board Books page 419, KPI 06148, in 06299. Just a quick question about the percentage of invoices paid within council payment terms. Please. Just trying to understand, we have a policy of paying that within terms and with a lot of local.
You got access to that, Andrew?
Yeah, yes. So, yep, sorry.
You're right.
Are you just seeking clarity around the definition of how that's being
No,
reported?
I'm just trying to understand why the target was missed.
Look, I'll have to take that on notice.
Yep.
That's a question more for procure to pay. But I do know from the rest of the corporate accounting and finance end, as there was a build-up towards the end of the financial year, there was a lot of capital works being undertaken. So I know from a cash flow perspective, which my team is responsible for, there was actually a genuine build-up towards the end of financial year. So there was a lot of transactions that were being required to be processed. So whether that sheer volume may have had some influence in terms of, whether or not some of that sheer volume of transactions had some influence or bearing on achieving that target, I'll ask the procure to pay team to validate that for you.
Thank you. That'd be great. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Melissa. Any other questions? I think we've completed all the different areas, so we can hand back to you, David, to sum up if you'd like. Thank you, Andrew.
Thank you, Mr Chair. The recommendation is that council...
Sorry, I've jumped too many, got too excited with going back to corporate accounting. And much to the delight of Water and Waste and ISG, of course, and planning for that matter. So let's go in the correct order here. ISG. Thank you, Mike, for raising that for me, making sure you didn't miss out on the opportunity. Appreciate that. So same routine, Mike, if you've got a couple of things you'd like to highlight and planning perhaps for what you're doing now.
Thank you, Chair. Welcome the opportunity to make mention of a few of the challenges of 21-22, but also some of the successes. And first of all, I'd just like to say thank you to our teams and the support of others around council to our group through last year. I think it's been mentioned that there was many challenges, COVID, whether that be the external influences or even internal with illnesses and the like. But for us, we had 5 significant storm/flood events from November, every month basically, through to May. So November was the first lot of the floods, and they went into December. January, we then had the major storm, particularly the hail and damage and flooding issues through the city. February, the floods came again towards the end of February. That went into March, and then at the end of March, we started floods again, which then went into April. And then we eventually got to May and decided to flood again. So month after month, 10 months of emergent work. The teams have been out there doing 5,500 locations to date, increasing probably be, by the time they finish, over 6,000. So a year that not only trying to deal with that, the vacancies, recruitment challenges, but probably the other major issue facing council through the last 2 years and going forward, and this is going to be a huge impost on council, is our material cost rises. And we had, in 2 years, as an example, bitumen went up 20% from $1,000 a tonne to $1,200 a tonne through 2021, and then the last 12 months we've had a 33% increase from $1,200 a tonne to $1,600 a tonne. So that means on our road network, where we had $6 million down to do a certain amount of reseals, maybe 250 to 280 k's of reseals, the 6 million won't even go, be lucky to do 200 kilometres. So from an asset management point of view, and that was discussed earlier, that is going to be a key focus in the year ahead. And I'm only using one example here. There's many examples of our input costs that have gone up, one would say very unreasonably in the last 12 months, 2 years. The prices of parts and that to any machinery or plant or equipment we use has gone up in similar margins, and these are cost rises that we haven't experienced in the decades preceding this, let alone, you just need to look at the price of what housing and building costs have gone up. So I think the challenge for council in 22-23 is somehow hoping that we get back to another level of stability, at least knowing what the costs might do, but it is going to be very challenging. Within our group's KPIs, the vast majority have been met, but if you actually look at the ones that haven't been, they've been across our construction maintenance area. And I think that tells the story in itself. The number of pathways on and above that target really tells the story in a number of ways. Some are more than 100 greater than previous years, some of those points. And that's telling us that our community is not satisfied currently with the condition of our network. And obviously they have high expectations, but probably in many cases reasonable expectations too. Reasonable expectations to be able to safely drive on our network. And the challenges with the floods, etc., have been very challenging to do that. That said, the teams are working tirelessly out there and will continue. We've completed 98% of the 2020 flood recovery program, and obviously we've got the 2022 program that will take us the next 2 years at least to do. In amongst that, we delivered very well in the capital space, C&M teams around the 93, 94%, and our fleet and logistics suppers in dollar terms around that 98%. So the teams are performing exceptionally well, even in very tough and challenging times. The industry recognition that we received last year through different awards was pleasing, and obviously those are there. I suppose the year ahead, as I've mentioned, there's quite a number of focus points, I've already said, but we've also got major projects such as Inland Rail on our doorstep. One expects that in the next 12, 18 months to start its construction phase within our region. And that is a huge project for our region, which will have consequential flow-on effects in many ways to a lot of what we do, not just the interfaces with the roads and other infrastructure, other council infrastructure, but just impacts across our community, and particularly that growth that our community is wanting. Trying to support that through our processes is also going to be a major challenge, because the challenge is to try to keep up with what we've got, maintaining what we've got, let alone dealing with the growth pressures that are coming. Thank you.
Thank you, Mike. Very comprehensive. Any questions, Councillor Carroll?
Not questions, Mr. Chair, as much, but just to make the community, I'd like to say publicly that I'll just repeat what Mike said. Emergent works 6,000 sites. That takes capacity, and actually what we are doing now that he hasn't mentioned, where we've got till the end of August to document what the damage is on our network, so it can be submitted to the Reconstruction Authority. So that takes an enormous amount of capacity and an enormous amount of extra work, as well as the day jobs for our teams. And I just want to publicly say, I know the community is concerned and anxious about their roads, but and the program that we passed yesterday and will be ratified next Tuesday is Council's recognition of that in allowing our teams to go forward with what they see as being immediately needing to be done to bring some roads back without waiting for that length of time. As he said, the program will take 2 years in total, but I think that I need publicly, on behalf of Councillor Melissa and myself, to recognise publicly the great effort that has gone in to this work and is still going into it, and the fatigue factor that is involved in that as well. So I want to recognise publicly the work that has been done by the ISG team.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Carroll. I'm sure that Mike appreciates that, and we'll take it back to the team as well. Are there any questions or any more comments? Councillor Antonio, the Mayor.
Just a comment, Mr Chair. I think that we need to have a very hard think and go looking for additional funding of some sort, either within the system or without the system. And I think one of the things we did speak to the Assistant Infrastructure Minister when she was in town was about this very subject. We're not Robinson Crusoe. There are many councils who are in similar positions to us in terms of road networks. And quite frankly, I don't see the space, I don't see too much space in our current budget to cover all our commitments in that particular area. And I think we've got to be quite aggressive in terms of searching for additional money.
Thanks. We'll take that as a comment. Councillor Carroll.
Another comment I might make we will be losing $1 million with TIDS grants and the FAGS grants, so we're in a perfect storm, and the community needs to understand that. We aren't funded and as well funded, and we have the second largest length of network that local government controls in Queensland.
Thank you. Councillor Rebecca.
Thanks, Mr Chair, through you to the Mayor, actually. Mayor, when you had that meeting with the Assistant Minister, did you get the sense that there was a crack in the door that could be opened, or what was the impression that you got from the Assistant Minister?
It was in the surprisingly early days of the recent election of the new government, and I don't think I came out of it with any real satisfaction. But I will be in Canberra in early September, and I think that as far as Toowoomba Region's concerned, there are a number of things, but funding for roads, and you know, Toowoomba is not Robinson Crusoe. This is right across Australia. Funding for roads is becoming more and more critical. The freight task in our area is enormous, if you want to look around and see what's being shifted, and the standard of the roads that fit into our budget, as far as I'm concerned, is inappropriate. So I think politically we've got to try to do something about it.
Thank you. Noting that we are in the operational, just going through that, but Mike pointed out some good things, challenges. Any other questions or comments? If not, thank you, Mike.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Councillor.
Pleased we didn't miss you. Planning and Development, and Stuart, you've been sitting patiently there. Again, if you'd like to make comment on the op plan from last financial year and perhaps how that's influenced this year and how things are heading and your thoughts.
Thank you, Mr Chair. Good morning.
You just dropped that microphone down a bit there, Stuart, just to...
Sorry.
Yeah, thank
yes,
you. I'm just saying that because you say it to everyone
not as
when they go
lanky
there.
as some. You've noticed?
Thanks. Thank you.
Yeah, look, thank you for the opportunity. There are probably a few things I would say. Economic development is certainly one of the areas that we are involved in. And despite the fact that we lost Seamus during the year, and it was Tisby's gain, so that set our economic area back a little bit. But however, we still managed to produce some pretty good stats and what have you and publications on our economy and the various sections of the economy. That's not a piece of coal. I'm using a prop here, but and I think all councils actually have a copy of those. Just moving on, basically there's been a few good goals scored, I think, in the last 12 months or so, not the least being, of course, the adoption of the divestment strategy at Highfields, which is really a very important step with a major asset that council has, and not only is it a potential asset, it's a current asset, and it'll lead to great things for Highfields and the Toowoomba region as a whole. Certainly there's been progress in the interim LGIP area where we're providing further information to the industry and the community as to what is critical infrastructure for urban development as it rolls out over the next few years. Finalisation of the growth plan is happening, and council is, of course, fully involved in that. Wrapped up in that, of course, you know, we need the growth plan in terms of the LGIP, that the larger amendment to the LGIP that's going forward, and the new planning scheme that'll guide that LGIP as well. We, as council is fully aware, we appointed a panel of experts earlier in the financial year, and that's been very well received in some areas. We've used some of those members in different ways, particularly in terms of looking at housing and some of the issues around housing. We've had a lot of good work being done in our heritage and landscape advice areas. There's been a bit of a, there's always been a continuing interest in getting advice from council in regard to our heritage and our character houses, and that continues, that interest continues and is in fact growing. Our plumbing services, of course, have been very busy, not the least because of the building of significant infrastructure related to the COVID pandemic, and that really soaked up a lot of our capacity for some months, and there's been other major projects, but our plumbing guys rose to the occasion magnificently. Building certification unit is going through an interesting process at the moment, and the Mayor certainly, I think, witnessed an interest from other councils in this council providing services in that building area. We've got a couple of councils around us that we service at the moment, but there does seem to be a fair degree of interest, and I think it's partly driven by the fact that it is very hard to recruit any building professionals at the moment, particularly certifiers, and we're in that same boat actually. And but it is interesting that we're expanding our market, not just to the private sector in Toowoomba, but also helping other councils around the greater south and west of Queensland. And of course, there's reasonably good news on the appeals soon. We're really down to just a couple of rather strange appeals, which shouldn't be appeals but are at the moment, and we hope to get those off the books as soon as we can, particularly one that relates to a discussion we're having with a landowner over infrastructure charges and whether they're payable or not. So overall, I think despite the issues that other GMs have mentioned in regard to COVID and illness and the problems with recruiting, I think my team has done fairly well over the last 12 months.
Thank you, Stuart. Thank you very much indeed. Questions, councillors, or comment? Councillor O'Hara-Sullivan.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Stuart, it's a bit of a general question. What keeps you up at night?
Besides worrying about what council's going to do to me, no. What keeps me up at night? I guess it's a resource issue. What keeps me up, or what does really concern me to some degree, is because of the shortage, the inability to recruit sort of senior staff, it's putting a lot of loadings onto the remaining senior staff, and certainly Heath's over there, and he's one of the guys that's carrying a few potato sacks at the moment, and that weight will tell over time, unfortunately, and at the moment, certainly the manager of strategic planning is off on the sick list at the moment. Unfortunately, hopefully she'll be back soon. But that is the thing that worries me, is that it's not necessarily the gaps we've got, but it's the additional weight being carried by the other senior staff in particular to meet the timelines. They're of our own making, these timelines often, but these timelines we've undertaken to meet, and we're trying to meet them.
Thank you.
But I'm not alone in that nightmare, I think.
No. Okay. Any other questions for the GM planning? Sure, I guess one of the other highlights I think you might like to mention, a bit of work outside of business as usual, is the guide, the building guide that was done, put together, the housing, how that was put together.
Yes. I'm not. I need Jade. Where are you, Jade? Yes.
Jade's up the back, actually. Yeah.
Oh, Jade, did you want to pop?
There's no need to. I think just you were working through all of these highlights.
It's a great piece of work. It's the start, not the finish, in regard to guidelines for buildings and making sure that the buildings that we're building, the detached houses, the attached and commercial buildings for that matter, hotels and what have you, take full advantage of the climate we're in, that they make sure they're built with that efficiency in mind in terms of infrastructure required to keep them warm, keep them cool, and all those sorts of things. And that document, but as I say, that's a document, initial document. We'll be moving to include parts of that in the new scheme, but we're also looking to make a much more sophisticated guide as we go forward.
Terrific, thank you. Okay, any other questions, comments? If not, thank you, Stuart.
Thanks,
very much
councillors.
indeed. Appreciate that. We now move to our final presentation this morning. In fact, yes, it is still morning. Damien Platts, GM Water and Waste, if you'd like to just highlight a few things and perhaps touch a little bit on this current year and how you're handling those challenges.
Good morning, Chair. Good morning, councillors. Look, councillors, I'd like to start by just saying it's a privilege to work in water, sewage and waste, and I thank you for your support through the year, and I thank all of my managers and all of my staff and the support that I get from across council. It is a team effort. I use a lot of communications, I use a lot of ICT, I'm using a lot of property at the moment, so there are a great number of challenges. We've had a big year. The really good thing is that the drought broke. Now, everyone says flood, and we dealt with that as well. But the good news of a flood is that the drought broke. So does that mean we're in the start of the Millennium Drought 3.0? Maybe. Let's see what happens this summer and the summer after that. The Clinton Tier 2 facility opening is a highlight in the waste business, as is the Perseverance, the replacement of the Perseverance pumps and that pump station coming back online. That was a real reduction in what kept me awake at night. The operations of the Wivenhoe and the protection of that asset during the flood. One of my staff members actually, as we were deploying the flood barriers around that asset and de-energising it to protect it, he pulled a ligament out of his, or a tendon out of his bicep. He'll be returned to work next week, so we'll welcome Campbell back next week. So I do appreciate that protection of that asset. Back in 2011, that asset went underwater, and at the time, Linkwater was responsible for that. The Mount Kynoch upgrade is underway, and we're having a groundbreaking ceremony on Monday. So that is a fantastic piece of work, and it was a good procurement process, which has ended up with a very good contractor to deliver that increase in water production. During these floods, we've maintained the water quality. We've had a deterioration through turbidity and through the stormwater going into the dams, and we've been able to maintain production of water, maintain production and processing of sewage. We did have some sewage overflows. They were problematic during the storm events. And then during the floods, we've stood up the emergency action plans. So as we stand today, Water and Waste is still operating under its business continuity plan. And Councillor Von Hoff, you said, what have we done in relation to some of these things? Well, Water and Waste, most of this year, has been operating in a bubble. That is minimising everything on Skype, minimising as much traffic as we can between sites, maintaining, splitting shifts on different crews, separating particular skill sets such that we can maintain operational capacity. And even if that means that we compromise some of the capital delivery in order to respond to these events or maintain operations and services. There's been a lot of movement with major agreements. You know, the settling of the long-term Wivenhoe agreement, the supply agreement, is a fantastic piece of work for Toowoomba, and now there's a 30-year agreement with 2 10-year options. Previously, that was a 10-year agreement. So improvements into the water security, progression of the Water Vision 2.0, a major piece of work. Some of the challenges have been accommodating exogenous events which come to us, such as the floods, such as COVID, such as disruption to supply chains. And that's forced us again, and comes to your point earlier, Councillor Von Hoff, about what have we done? Well, we've actually thought about, it's forced us to think about alternative supplies and sources of production. So, for example, Dickel pipe, ductile iron cement line pipe, principally made in China and brought across. And we've used a lot more MSCL, mild steel cement line pipe, which is manufactured in Australia. And we're challenging our own engineers to think about, well, do you really need the strength of Dickel pipe, or can you use an alternative? And you know, one day soon, I hope to be able to challenge them all with plastic pipe, which may well be made and manufactured here in Darling Downs. The Toowoomba to Warwick pipeline is the proposal and the engagement with the state government on that and the Darling Downs Regional Water Assessment. Increasingly, Chair, it is the same 6 or 8 people that I reach to balance and work on capital program or with these major pieces of work. And myself and the management team and the principals are pushed. We are doing so by prioritising our work and selectively and cautiously and consciously choosing where we take risk and what we defer in order to focus on the highest priority. And that's a standard operational response that the CEO expects of every general manager. I'm pleased to say, we had a successful EBA process. It took a bit longer than we thought it would. I was the GM tasked with progressing that, and I think we've got a very good document. I think, Rosita, the negotiations for the next one probably start in about 12 months or thereabouts. So I'm trying to work out 12 or 18 months. And I think it's fair to say I probably won't put my hand up to be doing that process. I'll try and focus on some more challenges which I'm sure the council will bring to us. Smart meters and leveraging technology progression is a really good piece of work, and there'll be an information session coming to the councillors in September on the progression of the proof of concept. There's 2,000 metres in the ground. I look forward to that. And progress of the dam safety, having the dam safety regulator come and speak to the Audit and Risk Committee in, I think it was February, was a very key core piece of work, and the progression of what's called the AFC, the acceptable flood capacity, and speccing up how much intervention do we have to do to maintain the safe operation of our dam walls. So that work is progressing very well, and I'm very pleased with that. Mr. Chair.
Thanks very much, Damien. Questions, councillors? Councillor Vonhoff.
Thanks, Mr. Chair, through you. Thanks very much for that, Damien. And I'm really grateful that you mentioned the example of the pipe where traditionally councils sourced a particular type of pipe from China. The supply chain issues obviously meant that there were huge delays with that, and so the decision was made to source something that was Australian made. And those decisions are difficult ones because I imagine they involve trade-off with costs and increased costs. And we don't need to go into the details of it, but I just think that that's exactly the sort of nimble thinking where you weigh up and balance those things, and that's the stuff that gets projects delivered for the community. So thanks for the example. I appreciate it.
You're welcome.
Thanks.
To go to cost, it's actually cheaper, and we have fewer joints.
Even better.
So,
Fantastic.
For example, the Perseverance trunk main has gone from being, Phil will kill me because I won't remember exact lengths, about 2.5 metres of Dickel pipe into 6.5 metres of mild steel. So when we finish replacing the Perseverance trunk main, we'll have 1/3 less joints. That's 1/3 less opportunities for an asset failure. But it comes with other things like the degree. If you take your pen lead and your pen and you think about, well, it's got to go over a hill, and the degree of deflection that it has. So there's different challenges that brings. But there's always a place for a certain strength of pipe, and there'll always be a reason for Dickel under a train line, or be it where the engineers say that needs to be the strength characteristics of what needs to be in that situation. But we do try to challenge. I challenge respectfully. As you know, I'm not an engineer, so I leave it with the engineers, but I do push them quite hard with challenging the status quo.
Thanks, Damien. Sounds like a pretty good outcome to me. Any other questions or comments? Councillor Summerfield online, have you got any question or comment?
No, all good, thank you.
Thank you. Well, thank you, Damien.
Thank you, Chair.
That's great. And thank you to all the GMs on a very thorough input into this morning's op plan from last year, and some forward-thinking approach to this existing current financial year. Councillors, we have got a motion before us in regard to the item number 5. And the motion is pretty straightforward. The council note the organisational performance is outlined in 21-22 Operational Plan Q4 Progress Report, July-June. Can I ask for a mover of that motion? Moved by Councillor McMahon, seconded by Councillor O'Hara-Sullivan. Anyone need to go into debate? No. Those in favour? Councillor Summerfield?
In favour.
That motion is carried. Thank you. Councillors, we do have one more item. Far be it from me to say it'll go quickly. However, it is for noting predominantly. So if we're happy to push on, we will do so. And that item is item number 6, which is the report of the Audit Committee. And I invite Grant Wilson to come forward to... David, I didn't give you a chance to sum up, but you're comfortable with that? Good on you. Talk to me later if you aren't. All right? Appreciate your work on that report, David. Thank you. Grant, I'll hand over to you, noting that we have a recommendation there to receive the report, adopt the recommendations in the report, and adopt the audit charter. So you might just touch on each of those 3, and we'll go to questions.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Councillors, if I could just take you to that page that has the recommendations on it. There's not a lot more that I can add, I'm afraid, because I wasn't at the relevant meeting, but if I could just talk briefly to those recommendations. Obviously, the committee asked for some further information about ICT strategic planning. There has been work going on now for some time about adopting a charter for the Audit Committee, and the Audit Committee has made a recommendation to you to adopt the charter, which is in your business papers. There's an item about risk management, which I understand Councillor MacDonald is happy to embellish on, and otherwise, that's all I can add, I think.
So, councillors, I'll probably refer you to page 535 and 536. They're the recommendations and comments from the Audit Committee. The first one is that a report be presented in relation to adoption or progress of the ICT strategic plan. I mentioned that earlier, in fact, with Harin when he was here. And that, so that'll come forward to the September audit meeting. Number two was that the Audit Committee charter be recommended for adoption. Now, the charter is attached as item number 2, and that charter has gone through the Audit Committee for this council to, well, in fact, the delegation is to the CEO. If we see the approval of charter, council has delegated the role of adopting the charter to its CEO. This is not the first terms of reference we've seen of this, and there are little to no changes to what we've had in the past. In fact, we had good discussion at the Audit Committee. However, the wording, and it was more about, and we've spoken about it in the past in regard to the appointment of auditors for the period of the term of council with an assessment after 2 years, which we've done. And reading the terms of reference or the charter, it does give council the ability to retain members and to change members. So from a continuity perspective, and it's worked as we've done it in any respect. So there's really nothing in there that is different from the past, to be honest. But it's in the recommendation for us to accept. The third one is that a Teams meeting be scheduled for the Audit Committee with the Queensland Audit Office, and this is to review the financial statements and the Audit Office closing report. This was put in place so that we may have to have a special meeting via Teams or whatever that may be, so that we meet the timeframes from the Audit Office. It's something that we had to rush through last time to do. This will enable that to happen in a more appropriate fashion. So that's what that's about. And the fourth one is the Audit Committee recommends that a risk map highlighting the links between operational, strategic goals and plans be provided to councils on a quarterly basis to help provide a line of sight on the current and emerging risks. And I note Josie, who's in the room with Grant today, and that was more from a risk profile of this organisation and maturing to a stage where councillors should be able to see a graphical representation of the risks, the consequences, the likelihood, and that's something that that the team, that Josie's taking on as well. So that's something that we're very keen to see, I have to say, as an organisation. And the fifth one, which was the Audit Committee be advised of the outcome of Council's consideration to the future arrangements for the John Deere and Woolshed, which is really just a line of sight to the Audit Committee as to what happens from even discussions today. They are the 5 items that came through. Nothing controversial in any of that, I wouldn't have thought. And therefore the recommendations are, as Grant has put forward there, those 3 recommendations. Are there any questions in regard to any of this information? I must admit I've sought counsel with Councillor Shine prior to this as well, and he's quite comfortable with what is recorded is what was mentioned in that Audit Committee. So if there's no questions or comments, you don't need to add anything further, Grant?
Nothing from me, no.
Okay, that being the case, there's a motion before you. I think we need to read it out again. Have a motion, a mover of that motion, moved by Councillor O'Shea, seconded by Councillor Vonhoff. Those in favour? Councillor Summerfield?
In favour.
Thank you. That motion's carried unanimously. So, councillors, that actually concludes the Finance and Business meeting. So we would then ordinarily go back to Environment Community. I propose that, the Mayor is currently out of the room. So we'll adjourn. So if I can have someone to move to adjourn and return at 1 p.m. Moved by Councillor O'Shea, seconded by Councillor Melissa Taylor. Those in favour? Councillor Summerfield, are you in favour of us adjourning?
Yes, that's fine.
Thank you, appreciate that. Motion's carried.
We might just wait a couple of moments for Councillor Carroll. Oh, here she is. Yeah, Tim will be right. You're right, Carol. No, not a problem. Councillors, we might commence the meeting. You're right down there, Brenda? Yep. Can I welcome you all and welcome also Councillor Summerfield, who's with us online. I'd assume Nancy? Hello, Nancy. She might arrive in a moment. Councillors, I'd also like to welcome those who are watching this meeting online. I'll begin the Economic Development Committee meeting for the 10th of August 2022. And beginning, can I acknowledge the Aboriginal parties whose songlines traverse these lands we meet on today. The Western Waka Waka, the Guybil, the Jarrah and the Bigambul peoples, and pay my respects to their elders past, present and emerging, for they hold the knowledge, the rich traditions and the bold ambitions of Australia's first people. It appears that Councillor Shine won't be here. We need a motion in regard to Councillor Shine. Councillor Carol Taylor, Councillor Megan, Councillor Bonhoff. Those in favour? That's carried. Welcome, Nancy.
Thank you, Mayor.
Councillors, we have the one apology, of course, today. And I think that's as far as we need to go into that particular part of it. But we'll hand over now to Tony to discuss item 3, which is the visit to Wanganui, New Zealand, for the 40th anniversary celebrations, which will be held in Wanganui. And of course, that relationship is our longest standing international relationship, and I think it's one that we're pretty proud of. So Tony, Acting Head of Economic Development, I'll hand over to you.
Thank you, Mayor. Good afternoon, councillors. So way back in February of 1982, Council sent a letter and received a letter to form a sister city relationship with the city of Wanganui in the North Island of New Zealand. So subsequent to that, this year in February would have been the 40th anniversary, and typically we would have either sent a delegation over to Wanganui or a delegation would have come over to here to celebrate that and do a formal meeting. Unfortunately, due to various travel restrictions, we've sort of delayed that, and now the International Relations Working Group has recommended that we send a delegation over to Wanganui sometime potentially around November this year. In the initial planning of this delegation to Wanganui, we were trying to align with a proposed delegation that TSBE is sending over to New Zealand to go to the Hamilton Field Days, and then they were hopefully, they were invited to come down to Wanganui with a council delegation. I think their plans have changed somewhat. They're still going to go to the Field Days, but they may look at other options over there, although Ali, the CEO of TSB, may still come along, is still hoping to come along with the council delegation down to Wanganui. The last time we sent a delegation to Wanganui was in 2018. There were several councillors that went along to that, along with a delegation from TSBE, to look at the various opportunities within the Wanganui market. In the last 40 years, we've developed a good relationship with Wanganui. We've done some great educational, sporting and cultural liaison with that community. And funnily enough, they actually developed a group very similar to TSB called Wanganui Partners around about the same time, back in 2014. So they've actually had dialogue in recent weeks in terms of how they might be able to work more collaboratively together. So based on that, we have a recommendation that we send a delegation, a small delegation, over to Wanganui. The date can be modified now if we're not going to line up with the TSB delegation. And restrictions have largely lifted from travelling to New Zealand. An expression of interest has gone out to the councillors to express interest in going along the trip, and we've had expressions of interest from Council Melissa Taylor and Council Carol Taylor to attend with the Mayor. And then we've also requested that we be able to send a council officer along just to assist with the formal part of the trip as well. And that will be subject to the CEO's delegation of who that person will be. So are there any questions?
Any questions from anyone? I think it's pretty straightforward. Councillor McDonald?
Thanks, Chair, through you to Tony. Tony, it would be fantastic if TSBE were to, at some stage, join in. So is there a delegation prior to the proposed delegation, or not so much delegation, their trip, is it prior to the proposed delegation timeframes that are in?
So they were proposing, you do have a draft agenda or timetable attached with the report. So they were going over to the New Zealand Field Days, which I think is around about the 23rd, mid-20th of November, and then we were hoping that they might join in with the delegation down to Wanganui, which is when we timed our trip, and then through our International Secretariat, we've planned the trip to minimise the number of weekdays and the amount of travel time that we'd potentially subject councillors to as well. And there wouldn't be any, obviously, any issues with any council meetings or anything like that. So we did initially plan it around that, but in terms of timing, it could be, you know, any time after that. But I think it's certainly important to emphasise the, you know, that we place importance on that relationship with Wanganui.
Thank you.
Are there any further questions? Councillor Carroll?
So, Mr Mayor, the Wanganui Jockey Club is the oldest jockey club in New Zealand, very historic, and they have their one huge meeting a year on that Saturday prior to this. So, you know, perhaps I would ask for it to be considered that we might include that. If not, that's okay. I'd ask that if I'm accepted, I'd go over prior to that. Yeah.
Yep. I have absolutely no problem with that. I would just hand that over to the operation, to Brian and co to get that sorted and sorted in an appropriate way so there's no comeback. Councillor Rebecca?
Thanks, Mayor. Through you. So, Tony, looking at the itinerary, I see the agribusiness. Really, when I'm looking at that and I think of a return on investment for the community, it's the agribusiness component that holds the most potential for return on investment for our region. Do you have any comments about that, and what particular parts of the agribusiness sector that might be beneficial for our region?
Yep, thanks, Councillor Von Hoff. So their economic base in Wanganui is very similar to Toowoomba's. It's very agricultural based. Obviously, a lot of sheep. There is some grain cropping, and on the sort of outskirts of town, probably an hour down the road, it's very much a milk production area as well. So the itinerary would be set up so that we do have some liaison with various agribusinesses around the community. We'd work closely with their Wanganui partners, which is the equivalent of our TSBE, to set up some of those meetings with various stakeholders, key bodies as well. It's very much a draft. We haven't locked anything in because we obviously still were unsure of what the dates would be, but we can certainly create those networking opportunities with local businesses over there as well.
Yeah, thank you. I think that, you know, some of the real industry IP, if we can get benefit from this trip, you know, maybe gene bank information, things that are really cutting edge so that our region benefits from this trip. That's really, I think, important.
Absolutely. Councillor Carroll?
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Just from knowledge, because I've been over there twice on my own, self-funded, that there's a lot of dairy around there. They have a milk powder factory, and they export children's infant formula as well. And there was something else I was just going to mention there before. Also, the company over there that does prefab for all the coffee clubs in Australia and over there, and I think also, perhaps, I'm not sure about this now, but used to do the McDonald's fit-outs. They were all made in that factory there. And, you know, there's quite, the sheep is a really big, and wineries, not that we've got too many wineries over here, but there are quite a lot of wineries in the Hawke's Bay up in that area. So there is potential there for a lot of that to be done. And as you say, Tony, through you, Mr Mayor, that our equivalent to Tisby would be all over all that. The other thing that they call their UCOLs is what they call their TAFE equivalent, and they run a lot of courses over there that actually would align with ours here as far as fitting people for work in the agricultural sector, as well as glass, as you see, glass making is very important over there as well in their UCOLs. So that's just a short synopsis of what I know after being over there for a few trips, and of course their thoroughbred breeding area, as aligns with ours here, is very big in that area and in the Palmerston North area. So that's just my limited knowledge of the things and we did in 2008, I believe, go and we did visit a horse stud over there and went to an equestrian girls' school and had a look at their facilities there, which we have here with Glennie, Fairholme and Concordia, and having hosted the Queensland Inter-Schools Equestrian Federation Championships, and then also the Nationals here has hosted that, I think, 3 times. So, you know, we have a lot of synergies that we could perhaps connect others in our community to either come or to send us with some knowledge and whatever. Thank you.
I guess also to add to that, Wangadui every second year does host New Zealand's largest sporting event, the New Zealand Masters Games, which is on in February, early February, 3rd of February next year. That kicks off, and I certainly think, you know, with the Mayor's interest in the upcoming 2032 Games, we could certainly draw some learnings from that as well, their experience in hosting, you know, 5,000 athletes into a small community of around 50,000 people as well.
Just a moment, Nancy. Carol, I'll let you finish, Carol.
Mayor, and that's probably what Councillor Nancy's wanting to say. We were over there last time when they were, the last time we were there before the 18 one, they were actually hosting the Masters Games there then.
Yep.
They take it in turns with Dunedin.
So over to you, Nancy. You're going to tell us about the event that you won over there too?
Oh, absolutely, Mr Mayor. The Villa de la Queen. But yeah, the Masters is definitely something that's always been on my mind since we did that visit. They were very keen for us to do the alternate year, so there will be second year as said by Tony. Thanks, Tony, for all of that. And there is opportunity for us to do the alternate years. I know Dunedin does an alternate year, as Councillor Carroll has said, but they were keen that we would do that alternate year. And so I really think that's something that I'd like to see pursued. I've raised it a number of times since that visit, and it never seems to go anywhere. And maybe if Ali goes from Tisby, that could be the way to actually progress it further. But I really think there is opportunity there, and you know, it's perfect timing now in preparation for the Olympics. So we could actually do something, and I'd love to see that progress if possible. But I also wanted to clarify, I'm sorry, Councillor Carroll, I didn't hear what you said about the races beforehand. That would be done, your expenses wouldn't be covered under this resolution that's before us if you were to do extra days over there, would it?
Well, I don't see. They're the oldest race club in New Zealand, and they have them. One big Racing New Zealand controls it, of course, and they're allocated their big race day, and it'll be on the last Saturday in November. So as this is worded, no, they wouldn't be. But there is a partnership, a relationship, a memorandum of understanding with the Toowoomba Turf Club. So I will be there, whether I pay for it myself or whether I don't. But I just think that that's the day when nearly all of Wanganui's there. The other thing I wanted to mention about the Masters Games, when we went over there, Councillor Nancy, if you remember, there was a Masters soccer team from Toowoomba that went over as well. Yep. So, yeah.
Yes, I think the Masters idea, Councillor Summerfield, is an excellent idea. It's something that we've had a couple of goes at in the past. We've talked with Wanganui about it since, and I think it would be good if we could get something of that nature, and I'll be talking to Mick Smith in the not too distant future and see if the broader sporting community would be interested in doing something along those lines. Any other matters? Any other matters anyone wishes to bring up? If not, the recommendation is before you. Are you happy with that recommendation?
Mayor, can we just have a look at that recommendation?
It's not on the screen at the moment. Sorry, Mr Mayor.
It may need, well, we don't have the names. We do there. Good, okay. That's
There we go.
Thank you.
Sorry, just further to that, the dates actually there aren't mentioned either.
Yeah.
So that doesn't, I mean, if council's delegation should decide to go, like they'd love to have the mayor there at the race meeting, I can tell you they really would. And, you know, if that should be decided, it's not precluded by that, by that recommendation.
I also have an interest, being a board member of TISBE, in the and knowing full well that there'd be some technology over there, as Councillor Von Hoff has already said, that may be of value to this area. So I'll make up my mind as I get closer to it. So if that resolution is open, and Brian, you will manage the whole thing through your staff. Yeah. Anything else from you, Tony?
No, I think that's it, Mr Mayor. I think, yeah, the dates are quite open and we can work that through the International Relations Working Group and get that agenda tightened up if the council is quite happy with the agenda. Just the other thing is we will need some budget through the budget review for the staff member to go as well, so we'll need to get that considered budget review one.
Well, I think it's quite appropriate that there'd be a staff member as well. Any other questions? If not, the recommendation is there before you. Do I have a mover? Councillor McDonald, and seconder, please. Seconder, please. I'm happy to second it in that circumstance.
Debate, Mr Mayor.
Anyone wishing to speak against the motion? Councillor Megan.
Are you going to speak for it, or?
I won't. Councillor McDonald.
Yeah, I'll move the motion. Look, I'm comfortable with the fact that we have a 40-year relationship. It's been probably 3 years of communication between our department of international relations and Wanganui to keep that relationship going. And I do believe that it's a relationship worth having. There is certainly some synergies between organisations. There's been benefits in the past realised through that, even if it is through the engagement of the local Toowoomba Turf Club with the Wanganui Jockey Club. That is an outcome as a result of these relationships. So, you know, I do think it's well worth this investment for, I think it looks like about a 3 or 4 day absence from substantive duties in Toowoomba and carrying out those duties in our sister city. So for that reason, it's certainly well worth pursuing, I would have thought.
Thanks, Councillor McDonald. Councillor Megan.
Thanks, Mr Mayor. I don't think anyone would be surprised that I can't vote for this. Not because I'm parochial and have a narrow outlook, as have I been accused of before when I've spoken against these overseas trips. And I always feel like such a pariah because I'm made to feel like I haven't got a sort of a worldly outlook. I understand the initiative. I understand having a sister city. I understand you going. I understand TISBE going. But nothing has been said today that can justify, in a resource-stretched world of this council, we can have 2 councillors going as well. I know that I speak for a large proportion of our community who thinks that this is excessive and is ceremonial at best and excessive at worst. So, Mr Mayor, I can't support 2 councillors going as well as TISBE. I can understand the reason for you to go.
Thanks very much. Anyone wishing to speak for the motion? Well, I'm happy to. I think there's a 40-year relationship that's well and truly worthwhile. I think there are learnings each time I've been there, and that relationship is important. Whilst I guess in some ways it's been a little disappointing that we haven't got more happening, which was being planned originally. But I think if we keep this going and we keep the relationship going, I'm pretty sure there'll be some real benefits. And if it is simply the games that we've been talking about that comes our way as a result of this relationship, I think it's very worthwhile. Councillor Carroll, you wish to make a couple of comments?
I do wish to make a comment, Mr Mayor. I've funded myself to go over to Wanganui twice, so
Yep.
and worked for council each time I've been over there.
Okay. Any other comments around the room? Would you wish to sum up, Councillor McDonald?
I don't think there needs to be any summary. I think
You've got the option, that's all.
enough. No, I appreciate the option and certainly respect Councillor O'Hara Sullivan's view, and you know, the fact that she recognises the opportunities that may well present themselves and what we've done in the past, the history of that. She recognises that and understand her point of view. Having said that, I think it's important that the Mayor in his role as the lead of our organisation or community is there, and that's a difficult task when they may well have 4 or 5 other groups that are all wanting information from our region. Makes it very difficult if it's just one person doing that. So, you know, the support of an officer and an additional couple of councillors in this case, I think is worthy of doing that. So, happy to support it.
Thanks very much. That concludes the debate. I'll put the motion. Those in favour? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Those, Councillor Summerfield, are you in favour or?
Yes, I am, Mayor.
That gives us 6 votes in favour. Those against? 1. Against? 1, 2, 3. Okay, well, the motion is carried. Thank you very much, and that closes the meeting. We will resume the confidential sessions in a moment. Straight over to James.
Well, good afternoon, councillors. We will resume the Environment Community Committee meeting. Our next item is a confidential item, so I would ask for a motion that we close to, moved by Councillor McDonald, seconded by Councillor McMahon. All those in favour? It's passed unanimously. So, welcome back to those tuning in with our item here, the item here in front of us, Environment Community Committee. So, there is a recommendation before us, and I will read it just as we get it up here somewhere. So that Council received the John Derry and Woolshed Operating Model Option Analysis Report, July 2022. 2 is that the John Derry and Woolshed Operating Model Option Analysis Report, July 2022, and the John Derry and Woolshed Condition Assessment Report of September 2021 be made available to the public. And 3, further analysis of the risks and benefits associated with a variety of operating models be presented to a future meeting of the Environment and Community Committee. Do I have a mover for that? Moved by Councillor McDonald, seconded by Mayor Antonio, and wish to go into debate. Put that to the vote. Those in favour?
Yes.
Those against? It's passed. Thank you, councillors. That concludes the Environment and Community Committee for August and concludes today's committee meetings.